saying
talking
with
about
Riley,
Sixers.
the Lakers are building a statue now for Riley?
He deserves it.
Yeah, he deserves it 20 years ago.
He deserves it.
Don't you dare try to take him back. Don't you dare.
Pat Riley is forever and always a Laker.
Spend more years with the Heat.
It doesn't matter. He's forever and always. He's had more success with the Lakers.
Heat culture.
He's forever and always a Laker.
I love how he just throws out heat culture. Like, that's the exclamation
Yeah, exactly.
point. Heat culture.
Oh, we put it at the center of the court. Watch out for us.
Heat culture.
Ooh, heat culture. Everybody, the white hot heat. Oh, boy.
Shefty, next.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome, friends, to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alden Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Get involved on the show. We're going to give you a wide variety of ways to do so. Doug, I don't know if you want to jot these down or not.
Okay, yeah. I got a pen. I'll take some notes.
Let's go to the YouTube first. Let's not make the YouTube last. Let's make them first, because John Scores was in there saying morning boy toys before the show even started.
Gosh.
And 31 people were waiting before the show even started just to say hello.
Well, hello
friends.
right back to you.
So that's in the TMASTL. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to it. Then you got the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. And you can pick your poison. And then you can text into the show, Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Call in, and anything goes with Chairman Kurt. Do you want to know if they like warm fruit and where they went to university?
Yeah, college, fruit preference, dimensions, we'll take it all.
Net worth?
I'll take net worth.
Okay. Would you?
Bench press?
Yeah,
Ooh,
bench
I like
press.
that
Height,
one.
weight?
Is there a college you don't want to hear when you ask
Jackson
them
will
that
not take
question?
calls from Kansas.
Ideally, I mean, I don't want to totally get rid of our friends to the west, but ideally, we would not take any
Friends to the west. Is that a Norm Stewart? Like you can't even say the name? Did you have that, Tim, when you were at Mizzou? Were you that way too?
I didn't. I never have had a problem with Kansas. I think if you went to school in Kansas City and you grew up with K-State, KU, Missouri, and even to an extent Nebraska, it's a bigger deal. But on this side of the state, for me, it wasn't that big of a deal. However, my young counterpart here loathes Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I think it's kind of fun just to buy in, like to the whole rivalry thing. Like,
Are you a Tiger nationalist?
No, but ultimately, like, I have a bunch of friends who went to Kansas. I got no real.
Oatmeal?
No, Oatmeal didn't go to Kansas, but a couple of high school.
I'm going to need my decoder ring a little early today.
Oatmeal didn't go to Kansas, but
Oatmeal has huge nipples.
yes, that is what he's famous for.
Has
That was
anything,
Joey Vitale.
has anything ever
Both of
happened
them.
on the play of field that makes you
Oh, I
hate
like that.
Kansas?
The play of field. I like
from
that
our
a lot.
friends to the west?
2012, Phil Pressey going to the rack, no call.
That's kind of minute.
No, it's not. You would have beat Kansas at Kansas. That would have been 2 wins
Was
against
that
the
the
Jayhawks
last?
that year.
That was the last Big 12 meeting.
Big 12?
No, the last Big 12 meeting was in Columbia.
Well, I'm talking about the last Big 12 meeting at Fog Allen.
Yes,
Beware the fog.
for sure.
Never been to Fog Allen. That's on my list. I'm going to write
Yeah,
that
that's on
down.
my list,
Get
too.
I have
to
been. That place
Fog.
is incredible. And Kansas is always able to come back in the second half, too.
See?
It's amazing.
But
Yeah.
football-wise, Kansas, I mean,
They knock off BYU. Oh, here they come.
but I'm saying rivalry-wise.
Coming for Dion.
Yeah, the great Arrowhead game, but for the most part, when Mizzou and Kansas played in football, it wasn't that big a deal. Basketball is all that mattered.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, in Kansas's mind, it's like easy for Kansas to be like, well, we smoke in basketball, but then when Mizzou wins in football, it's like, well, we're not really a football school. It's like,
Doug, do you see up on the YouTube chat what Chairman Kurt just posted?
What did he
Can you read
post?
that?
No.
Because you have 20/20 vision, right?
Oh, it's going to be a slutty Tuesday. I can't wait. Is that what he wrote?
Clip that off.
Is that what you wrote up there?
I just woke up feeling a little randy today, and I hope others did too.
Okay.
That's bartender
goodness.
Kurt, available for your teacher grade school parties.
Correct.
Just not in one district.
Oh, is that right? One district you're going to avoid?
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome in the MCC.
Thank you.
Come on in. The water is warm. Get involved via the text line, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And look at this dossier, Martin.
It was a little lean when I first looked last night. And I'm not picking on Jackie, but I looked a little too early, and there was literally nothing on the page.
Not a whole lot's changed.
Oh, okay.
Doug, 7 o'clock dossier segment 1. We call it 7-1 here in the industry. Yeah. It says show open. Segment 7-2, Cowboys Texans. 7-3, just blank. 7-4 is blank.
Okay.
So what that does, that's a wide berth.
It's a canvas.
It's a blank canvas to go Jackson Pollocking that ass. And that's what we shall do, Doug. We will splatter paint all over your chest.
Oh,
so
I better go look to see what happened in the Cowboys-Texans game if it's going to take up 3 segments.
all right, so
34-10.
here's
that Mike Kelly doing the Cowboys?
Kind of
and Texans?
stop by. Oh, I've got Mike Kelly on the brain. I've contributed to Fun with Audio.
Yes, you have.
In fact, Jackson put it as the number one on the hot list.
That's
Starting to wonder about this dossier, Doug.
That's not ranked. Let me explain my conundrum with the dossier.
Ladies and gentlemen, a statement from Jackson Burkett, who is now the star of Instagram, courtesy of Chairman Kurt's handiwork yesterday.
Big day for me. I would say that today is a day where there's no real jumpy sports lead.
Ooh, you like that term?
I do.
Jumpy?
Jumpman?
Yeah.
I guess it communicated the idea. Yeah, we'll go with it.
You know, like it doesn't jump out of the front page to you. When there's days like that, if I were to put some sort of sports topic on the dossier, it would then be ridiculed, which, was fine. Mm-hmm. But if I put nothing on there, then I got a lean dossier. So I'm kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place on slower, non-jumpy sports lead days.
Gotcha.
What about Jordan Binnington tonight?
Right. So
That's not a lead in
I'll
your book?
add to 7:30 Jordan Binnington tonight.
What he can do.
Which is, of course, my mind's not working great at this early in the morning.
God, Cousin John yesterday said about the alliance with Jackson. He said he's never rattled. And here we are at 7:00, whatever time it is. So it's 6.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a little rattled.
Yeah, I feel like a jab has been landed. He can make history tonight.
And become the all-time
winningest
blue.
He can
goal?
tie his agent.
Right.
Mike Liut.
That's right.
You remember Mike Liut, right?
No.
Oh, I don't even know you anymore.
When did he play?
Late 70s, early 80s.
It sounds like you're skeptical of his.
I was born in 98. What do you want from me?
Okay.
I don't even know who. I didn't know
your
who,
history.
Yeah, I know.
You know Babe Ruth, don't you?
I know Babe Ruth.
Okay.
There's Mike Liut, Babe Ruth level.
So when Roman Turek gave up the goal, you were 2.
Is that when he wasn't paying attention?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Well, the shot was from far away.
Didn't expect
it to go in.
And Doug says he wasn't paying attention, Martin. You probably were in the press box too, weren't you?
Yeah, that was the night of the Pronger interview post-game.
Yes!
Game 7. Blues are the
You were there
top
for that.
seed. And Rich Gould sent a young lady who was in the weather department.
I didn't know the detail. I just knew she was an intern.
She actually works with the Weather Channel, has had a pretty good broadcast career, but she was really young and kind of just in the building. All right, here's what you do. You go down there, you hold the microphone, and you don't say a word. But she did. And she said to Chris Pronger, Chris, what do you think the odds are about winning the Stanley Cup for the city of St. Louis this year? Well, not looking so good, is it, now that we just got defeated?
I was right there.
It was
I couldn't believe it.
unbelievable.
But there was a pause before Pronger answered the question, and he looked up at her. And he was in that moment deciding whether or not to eviscerate her as the President's Trophy winning Blues season came to an end against the 8th seed. And he chose mercy. Mm-hmm. He chose mercy. I feel like if that would have been me or you.
Eviscerated.
Coach,
and rightfully so.
What goes through your mind when you see the ball actually go through the hoop there?
Well, I knew it was good.
Yeah, that's why they have the net there, so we all know.
Enough Blues talk! I feel like I moved into an Oakville cul-de-sac. Stop it! That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day.
Is there a lot of blues chatter in Oakville?
I can see that.
Is.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I moved into an Oakville cul-de-sac. So in Oakville, they go out to the cul-de-sac and talk about the Blues and Wild?
Probably so. Probably, yeah, I would think that'd be the...
Doug, what are the Wild doing so well? They're 11-3-3. How about
Jackson
Minnesota?
loves Dean Evison and was really disappointed when they parted ways with him last year. So you've got to be pleasantly surprised by what they're doing here with Billy Guerin.
Who'd they hire? Billy who?
Billy Guerin.
He played for the Note.
Guerin.
Billy Guerin?
It's a big wolf, buddy.
Maybe he'll be a surprise today.
I like Dean
Guerin, I
Evison.
would be surprised if we're in talks with some surprise guests, just not today. We have surprise audio instead.
I liked Dean Evison. Why'd they get rid of him?
I like that Boudreau because it was never their fault. Whenever they would lose, he would say, we actually outplayed the opponent. They would get eliminated, and he would tell everyone that we actually had a better series than they did.
Jackson really liked Dean Evison.
Yeah, I liked it how his name is like, you can say it as like one long name.
Dean Evison.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
Uh-huh.
Is that onomatopoeia? No.
No, I don't know. There's some phenomenon where like names just sound good when you put them together. Something about it.
A phenomenon.
Well, it's just kind of naturally flows.
Where you don't have to move your lips very much. It just kind of comes out?
Yeah, naturally. It's almost like you can't say the first name on its own. Lou Alcindor is like one that immediately comes to mind. Like, but when you say it all together, Lou Alcindor, it makes sense. Feels better.
Well, be darned.
Hey, Martin, I don't know if you heard, but the Colts won the other day. Thanks. That's from Colts beat reporter Brian Henson, also a fellow CBC graduate. Brian
Beat the
Henson
Jets.
with a report that is an exclusive here on TMA.
Colts are only 2 back in that AFC North, even though the Texans won last night. There are the Colts just lurking, Doug, and their coach is Shane Steichen, Richard Deitch,
Another name that just rolls off the tongue.
Shane Steichen.
Well,
Congrats.
they're 5 and 6.
Congrats
So
to the
they're-
Colts. Do you have the standings handy? But that was
I got
pretty
it
quick.
right here. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're probably going to have to win that division to get in the playoffs.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
You can't.
That's true. Sure. How about the roof falling in at Cowboys game last night? They had a giant piece of metal flying down. Nobody was injured, thankfully. We first want to say, Tim, no one was injured, so we can now make fun of it. They had not opened the roof at the Cowboys Stadium in over 2 years. So they tried to open the roof, and a giant piece of metal came flying down. Then they closed the roof. I thought God wanted to watch the Cowboys. And that's
That was
why,
old Texas Stadium.
Yeah, they had the hole in the roof. That's so God could watch his favorite team.
I was watching Bill Belichick talking it over with Peyton and Eli Manning last night about that, and he said, and you can recall that if you picture the Cowboys at Texas Stadium back in the day, this is before Jerry World, and there would be this black contrast on part of the field, and then you could just move over a foot and you would be essentially staring into an eclipse because of that hole in the roof for Yahweh to view his favorite team, which was convenient.
Like a baseball playoff game. You had the shadows.
Yeah, shadows.
Sort of play. And this is a week after the sun was blinding. They had the great video. CeeDee Lamb was covering his face instead of catching a touchdown pass. So the stadium has now become a topic. But the Houston Texans get the win, not only in the game, but in social media. Did you see the tweet the Texans put out?
No.
It was the metal configured in a giant L falling down from the...
wow.
And I think it said, watch out below or something. But it was a good social media win by the old Houston Texans.
How big would the lawsuit be if you're sitting there and a giant piece of metal landed on your head?
And what are the odds it didn't hit somebody? It was a giant piece of metal.
I assume they tried to open it before the fans were in the building?
Yes, I believe it was early in the day. And then they just closed it right back up.
Yeah, good idea.
So much for that.
Get involved on the program. You can in the YouTube chats. They are waiting for you. YouTube.com/TMASTL and the 101 ESPN chat. Chairman Kurt says 101 ESPN is Hillsboro. And the TMASTL chat is the 63109. That's the south side.
Over by Francis Park.
Over by Francis Park, Tam Avenue, Capital Partners. You can call in and talk it over with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, Chairman Kurt taking your calls. And the Illinois Recovery Center sponsoring the program, longtime sponsor of TMA, Illinois Recovery Center. And what they are doing in Swansea is a passion project that is truly helping people throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. If whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery, whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path. The IRC's dedicated team's here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. Call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. 714 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We'll take a break, come back with Martin's lead audio.
Oh, you're going to like this.
That's I'm intrigued by this. That's coming your way next on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Call in, Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. It is a wide open dossier, and that's the way I like it on a Tuesday morning. I like it real nice like. But Martin, you brought in fun with audio?
I heard this during the Saturday radio broadcast on the Big 550 with Mike Kelly, and they had an injury. A South Carolina player was down, and they started talking about the uniform combination, and I screamed out loud. I didn't yell ball, Tim, but I yelled.
This could be the biggest moment of your life.
I yelled, oh, my God, they're doing it, too. And it involved Mike Kelly, Howard Richards, and Chris Gervino, a breakdown of the Saturday uniform. And I thought, man, everybody. Doug, you started this. Take a listen.
Yeah. Missouri, a little different look on the helmet. The gold helmets with the Missouri in script. Not Tigers, Missouri in script across the side of the helmets. I think that's the first time we've seen that.
I was just about to ask you, Mike, if that was the first time we've seen it. I don't recall. There's so many different combinations anymore, but I do think it might be the first time.
I was told by Eli Drinkwitz when I asked about the Tigers scripted on the side of the helmets that was a fad. So now we see Missouri. I like the look. Don't like it as much as I like the Block M.
Thank you.
It is, that Block M is, especially with the black Block M on the gold helmet, it just stands out. Here they'll be wearing binoculars. You can almost barely see it from where our perch is.
Judge Collier's out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, 6'1", 201, a sophomore cornerback.
I don't know why we needed that last bet.
Doug has been very critical of Jackson's editing throughout Jackson's. We're going to celebrate 4 years here, right?
Yeah, well, less
you
than
got a 4th anniversary party coming up for Jackson's.
Chuck E. Cheese?
Kind of like we were celebrating the 17th anniversary of No Country for Old Men yesterday.
That's right. Yeah. Well, Chuck E. Cheese would be nice.
And you had a coin flip conversation that I texted you with some coin flip related audio as well. That's in Jackson's defense. I sent him that audio. Brendan Weesey, friend of the show over at KTR, sent me the clip. I knew the time that it happened, and I thought of you, Doug, and I thought they're right there with you on the block. Right. I felt like all three of them were being polite, and they didn't particularly like that Missouri in script on the helmet, and they were trying to kind of be nice about it. And they like that block M. Right. There you go, Doug. It's a movement at this point.
It should be. They can't rip it as part of the broadcast team and paid by the university. They're not going to rip it. But I think a lot of people are frustrated by it. I mean, of course, it's not a huge thing, but it's something that doesn't have to be a thing. Just wear your uniform. You know, who are we impressing? We got one soy boy in Oregon, a Shishawali designer in Portland, deciding what the University of Missouri has to wear on the football field. I don't like it.
Chairman Kurt, I see you're shaking your head in disgust back there. You're wearing a very sharp hat. I like that hat that he's got, and I want that thing, and I want it real bad like. But what are you shaking your head about?
Just, I feel like with the guys on the broadcast and Doug kind of being all lockstep in this, I feel like there's like a common denominator there.
And what is the common denominator?
Just, it's kind of just the olds just being antiquated.
I mean, heaven forbid we give any salute to tradition at all.
Well, heaven forbid we show a little progress, Doug.
Well, do we have to have a different uniform every week? That was a horrendous helmet they wore.
It just shouldn't bother you this much.
Well, but why do they have to do it? Gary Pinkel used to say they did it for recruits. Okay, the players want to see these, and I'm like, now they're just getting checks.
Now, Jeremy Macklin's coming in soon, isn't he? Right?
Well, we're hopeful. He keeps winning those. I didn't project that he would lose by now, but my hope is to get him in here the Thanksgiving week, which I believe is a week away.
That's right. We had him in a couple years ago. But it had been 3 or 4 years ago, actually, because I know we were over KFNS. And Doug got into this with Jeremy Macklin about the uniforms. And Macklin, not really familiar with the dynamic of the nonsense of this show, I think was confused and didn't know. You know, Doug was kind of mocking, essentially, Dan Orlovsky, who Rich Gould is told to go piss up a rope with, screaming about takes. And I could tell Macklin was, like, getting confused while we were laughing. And then later in the day, Macklin, I think, subtweeted us like Tavon Austin, going, some people just don't get that you need to make changes to appeal to younger people.
Oh, no. So I would be walking him into some conflict here, some previous conflict?
My guess is he does not necessarily remember this, but the perspective of younger Missouri fans, and in Jeremy Macklin's case, a guy who had one of the greatest careers in Missouri history, is that this is what you do in this era to appeal to recruits.
Well, in Mizzou's defense, everybody does it, right? All the schools, for the most part, right?
Now you're going to get done going.
Alabama.
Not everybody. Okay, but most of the teams monkey around with even all the Cardinals have all these other uniforms. The Blues have a million different uniforms. It's sort of the way of the world, Doug. But you can go down and buy an in-script helmet if you'd like, because you saw it on TV.
When you play 162 games or 82 games, it's a little easier to switch up uniforms every now and then, as opposed to playing 12. It just bugs me that you look at some of the great uniforms, some of the teams that really have iconic images. They don't switch uniforms every week. They just don't.
Like, they have 3 pants, 3 jerseys, and 3 helmets. They change the helmet decal all the time.
Mizzou must have 12 helmets.
I'm like helmet decals, yes, but they have a gold or yellow, black, and white helmet. Same with the jersey, same with the pants. That's not crazy.
It's crazy.
It's not like they're not wearing
helmet,
blue.
Black M. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm a 44-year-old Mizzou alum, and the uniforms suck. That loss was on them for dressing like clowns. That's from a bankruptcy attorney.
You think that's why they lost?
It could be.
But I could tell those 3. I thought of you, Doug. I knew we were going to probably talk about favorite fries instead, but I heard uniform talk.
I like the waffle fry, for the record.
On the broadcast, and I said, you guys need to hear the audio. And I felt like they were being polite. And even Mike Kelly saying, Eli Drinkwitz told him that the Tiger in script was a thing in the past, or was a fad,
yeah, we played
or something.
that audio.
It's all a fad.
We were down the hallway. That was Drink kind of talking, basically kind of saying like he really likes the Black M. The script Tigers thing was kind of a fad, but then they pull out the even more aggressive script with the Missouri. So I don't know what the deal is there.
5 years from now, we'll look back on this and say, can you believe what they were wearing back then?
I think they're going to go back to the Block M.
I think at some point cooler heads will prevail.
Like, I get that I'm young. I really don't think these look like Missouri to me. Like, they don't look weird to me at all. Like, they look like what Missouri's kind of always worn.
It isn't what Missouri's always worn, though.
In my lifetime, this is kind of what they've always kind of worn.
That was the first time they'd ever worn that helmet.
The helmet, but the helmet isn't the whole uniform.
That's a big part of it.
Sure, but they've worn yellow helmets
Howard Richards
before.
Is saying he needed binoculars to actually see what it said.
Well, he's watching from way far away on the television. I could see when they zoomed in. I saw what it said. Well, I'm not blind.
I'm usually in lockstep with KG, but those uniforms were ugly as hell. Hey, Eli, stop trying so hard. Doug, that's from Beer Cats, and he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Yeah. Was that January of 2023?
I don't know the month, Tim.
And he's old, too. Like, we don't care about his opinions.
So you only care if someone's in their 20s? Those are the only opinions that matter?
I will distance myself a little bit from that KG's statement.
Well, I'm like the Luther Burdens of the world don't care about the Block M. These class of 2027 high school athletes don't care about the Block M. They like the cool kind of.
I know, but was that cool? That's my question. I understand, like, young and hip and like flashy. I felt it was kind of an old school yet ugly idea. Like, it wasn't anything sleek.
No, it wasn't.
And it
wasn't at all.
It wasn't the reason they lost. I know that's controversial, but
yeah. Well, and the program is not just for the players that are there 2 or 3 years. It's also for the fans that have supported it for decades. It's their program too.
No doubt. Listen, I just don't think the uniforms are like when I look at them, I know exactly that's Missouri. Like, they do not look weird to me. They look like what they've kind of always worn. To me, I get that that's different because I have a lot shorter window of watching Missouri, but they look totally normal to me.
I love Brat Doug. That's from Alan Dadeville. He's a Georgia fan, and he says, fan of a program who doesn't wear weekly costumes.
Okay, but they have a black jersey. They have a black jersey. So,
but that helmet of Georgia, you recognize.
Yes, the helmet never changes, but they do sometimes wear a black jersey. Sometimes wear a black jersey.
I think they do that once a year.
Sure. But
not 12 times, 12 different uniforms.
They do not wear 12 different uniforms.
Pretty much. Mizzou pretty much does.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to have to go through, what do you call it, game film from Murray State
There's
to
no
Buffalo?
film anymore. It's video.
Like, they might change the helmet decal, but I don't think that's a totally different uniform if they're wearing a block M and an oval tiger.
Is it unfair to ask the chairman over there if in the next 3 hours, not immediately, could we get a screenshot of each uniform from each game played so far this year?
To see if they're 12 different uniforms?
Yeah, or 10 so far. Could we see a screenshot?
Well, we need a definition of what a different uniform is.
I just want to
It's like Ken Starr and Bill Clinton getting together.
But to me, a different helmet decal with the same colored helmet is not a completely different uniform.
Okay, I just want to see the 10 combinations.
Okay.
And we'll decide later whether they're different or not.
But it's definitely a different look if you have a different helmet.
Helmet decal. If the helmet is black and it's a block M and an oval tiger, I do not consider that a different uniform. It's just a different helmet.
Describe different. What does different mean to you?
Well, there's some guy in the YouTube chat who hates you, Chairman Kurt. Paulie Walnuts.
I saw that.
Ooh, rest in peace.
You know Paulie Walnuts, Doug. He had the silver wings in Sopranos.
Sure, yeah.
He says, yeah, single 40-year-old barbecue slinger who hates kids. So hip. That's Paulie Walnuts.
Yeah.
You hate children?
No, only half of that was true. First of all, I'm 39.
Doug, 39.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I no longer slang barbecue. I'm not a big fan of kids, though.
Oh, is that right?
I don't say I hate them. I wouldn't say I hate them, but what's that?
Not a fan of kids?
Not particularly.
Doug just simply said, what? And then chairman said, I'm sorry, what was that?
Well,
it was pretty...
It's rearing children that you're not a fan. Like, it's not necessarily like kids in general.
It's illegal.
What's going on here?
Like raising kids, that's what you're against.
I don't want to raise kids. I also don't want to sit next to them on an airplane or see them in the grocery store.
You don't want to see them in the grocery store.
Got Bill Maher over here. She's anti-kid.
Is it because you were a teacher and they drove you crazy?
That's an interesting dynamic as a teacher.
You have to take that into consideration, I would think.
Did you feel that way going into the educational field?
I didn't want them prior to going into the educational field. But the grocery store thing might have been a product of that.
What happened to the grocery store?
I just don't want to see them. You know, I don't want
to see children.
Crying kids is just nails on a chalkboard to me.
Mr. Garner, what did you think you could bring to the class this year as a teacher? Well, to start with, I don't really like kids.
I hate them.
Excellent. Okay, we're off to a good start. Are you available on the weekends ever for bartending? Yes, I am. Okay, you got the job. That's it.
I'm Team KG. It's a weak-ass move crapping on a man's source of income. That's from former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette. So he is anti-Paulie Walnuts, Team KG.
He's pro-barbecue slinging.
Pro-barbecue slinging, even though Chairman Kurt is no longer slanging barbecue, for the record.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
Guy is a goon, LOL. That's from the 314. That could be directed at anybody.
Right.
Jackson,
everybody looked around the room.
I've never been described as the goon. Is almost seems like in a way complimentary. Like in hockey, isn't a goon someone who mixes it up a little?
Tough guy.
Yeah,
I feel like they're aiming that at Kurt since he had the most specific take there about kids. Feels like no offense, Chairman. I think that might have been directed at you.
No, you're good.
Didn't KG teach children weird stance and career choice? Speaking of weird choices, hey, Doug, why don't you show Kilcoyne what color panties you're wearing? You hypocrite, pick a pair and wear them. That's from Brian Henshin, who covers the Colts. And I can't wait till he's got to sit down with Anthony Richardson today.
Martin's seen enough of my panties for one day.
Click that off.
That'll be in the Trops of the week.
Doug, why don't you tell us about Mark Milton? And he's a wonderful striker of the golf ball who carries an 18 index somehow.
He is, and he loves children. What he doesn't like is the godforsaken tax man. And if you find yourself in trouble with the IRS, Mark Milton is a name you need to know. Is the STL tax lawyer. That's what he is. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, maybe you're facing an IRS criminal investigation, you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career right here with actually in Washington with the Department of Justice Tax Division, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he lives and works right here in the Kirkwood area, and he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Beer Cats has issued a response to Chairman Kurt. I'm 46, you spit-receiving freak.
Oh.
And
kink shaming.
That was a little kink shaming there, and I don't know, Doug. Isn't that against the bylaws of the show?
No, I'll kink shame.
And he says, I have 2 kids of my own, but I don't like anyone else's kids either. Kids are annoying. So he attacked Chairman Kurt, and then he found what we call common ground.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty common stance. Like, you really can't stand anyone else's kids, but you rather enjoy your own. And then you could be like Bill Murray in Rushmore, where he hates his own kids.
Yeah. So it's a nice little dynamic.
Is that good or bad? Per goodorbad.com.
Good.
Oh, Rushmore, outstanding. Can we do outstanding or bad?
That kind of flies in the face of the binary
Good or
choice.
bad.
Right.
.com. Bill Murray, when driving his 2 bratty kids in his Rolls Royce, says to himself, never in my life did I think I'd have kids this awful. And Owen Wilson said that was a line that his dad uttered at the breakfast table with all the Wilson boys sitting around. He goes, his dad said that to them. Never in my life did I think I would have kids this awful.
I completely agree, Chairman. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about your kids' dance. They're beyond annoying in all settings. That's Sharon and Clayton. And now you're getting the female vote as well. This Chairman Kurt having a huge Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour.
And this all reflects well on Jackson because the fluid dossier allowed for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
Well, actually, theoretically, we're supposed to be breaking down the Texans and Cowboys in this segment.
Right. I got to read up on that.
But it was fluid.
Joe Mixon, big night.
Okay.
If you were a fantasy football guy with Joe Mixon on your team, you probably mounted a Sunday charge.
no gloves, that Joe Mixon.
How about that, Matt Carpenter?
There's your breakdown.
Your thoughts? Yeah, it's been talked about now. Let's see. KG is guy who couldn't get a girl to marry him and have kids, so now he hates them. That's from Wedding Tackle.
That's harsh.
Boy, they are really coming in on this. This kids thing has polarized the audience.
Well, I don't think it's fair to hate kids. We were all kids at some point, right? We didn't know what we were doing, trying to make our way in the world. To think that adults are out there hating us just because we're kids, you can't hate kids, and you can't hate old people either. With any luck, we're all going to be old and decrepit too. Have a heart.
Chairman Kurt's shaking Doug off now.
Elon Musk's big thing right now is we need more and more kids. He's concerned. He says that the population going down in the U.S. and in Europe is a huge problem.
He's pro-kids.
Oh, huge.
I didn't know that.
No, it's a big thing. He has a theme about the population in general. He said if you allow the Chinas of the world to have way more people than you, eventually that's going to be an issue. Look it up. Look it up, guys.
People who hate on children are simply losers who cannot solidify a relationship. But I love KG. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Oh. Like a good roast. Let me tell you about Bill over here. That night in Vegas, whoo! But he's one of the best fathers I've ever seen. And you always end it with one of those comments.
Can we hate the fat, Doug? Thanks. That's from the Horny Banker.
Well, you can help being fat. You can't help being really young or really old. You can do something about being fat. I'm not saying you should hate them, but it's worthy of more hate than just being a kid or being an old person.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
What about that?
That's. I'll go ahead and kink shame that.
Who would you rather sit next to on a plane? A 400-pound individual or a screaming 2-year-old?
Ooh,
there's a poll question.
That is nice. A Gallup poll.
Am I in the aisle or am I in the window? That's a major
window.
thing. Window, give me the child. Aisle, give me the fat.
The child. Show me, child.
Yeah, because if I have the aisle, I can kind of put my feet out a little bit.
But people are going to be running into you.
I can stick and move. But if I'm in the window with a heavier person next to me, it's a smush situation. I'll take So I think it's window or aisle dependent. Well, that's not a bad question at all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the fat shaming. Can being fat be my kink? Thanks. That's from the 616. That's interesting. So if the kink is being fat, then we can't shame it.
There are some chubby chasers.
That's true. And we don't kink shame. So if that's what people are into, we're not going to shame it.
Okay.
You can call in and share your kinks. Callier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And watch and participate in the chats in the YouTube of TMA STL or 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues in action tonight taking on the Minnesota Wild. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yep. Make some noise, Doug.
Brother.
CMA, it's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, 101 ESPN. Friends of the program are welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or participate in the YouTube chat. Just watch the show. Decide if we're cute or not. That's up to you. I've got my TMA hoodie on today. Martin's got his Marquette hoodie on. Mm-hmm. Doug, you got a quarter zip going. No sponsorship on that one. Jackson, what do you got going?
Como. Nice. Crew neck.
You like that term crew neck, or do you have a problem with it?
I'll let it go this time.
Chairman Kurt's got his TMA hoodie.
Light hoodie.
Light hoodie. I apologize. Who do we have here on the Callier and Thompson phone line? Steven? Steven, good morning and welcome to the Morning After. You are on 101 ESPN.
Good morning, fellas. I'm back, and I got a comment on kids.
All right, great. We'd love to hear it.
Okay.
Flip that off.
The first thing is you don't blame the kids.
Right.
You blame the parents.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You blame the parents for not giving them time, sharing it with them, and taking care of them. Today, the parents have the kids. They send them off to school. They don't give a damn what happens in school. They only give a damn that they don't have them for 8 hours. Then they come home, and the kids go a little crazy because there's nothing to do when they get home or anything. Give the kids a structured life where they have some value in it, and then pay attention to what they need, love them, and stop whatever around the kids. It's not the kids' fault.
Yeah.
It's the damn parents.
Right.
How many kids did you have, Steve? Did you have a bunch?
I got 3 daughters, and I have 1 son that passed away.
No, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Steven.
Any grandkids?
I'll tell you right now, I love my daughters more than anything. They grew up right. They grew up with respect. When you took them out the stores, they stood close to their parents, or they rode in the carts and stayed there until you said something. And if you asked the kids a question, it was a yes ma'am, no ma'am answer, or they'd give you whatever they could tell you. But my kids never, ever, well, I won't go that far. They've made mistakes in life. They're kids. But you have to love the kids no matter what. And today, the parents and everybody have just gone crazy and ignored the kids.
Great call, Steve. Thank you. Keep the kids in the cart. Is that what you would say? When you're shopping, keep them in the cart, please.
Well, I don't say keep them in the cart. I say keep them under control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once they get 13 or 14, it's hard to keep them in the cart.
Well, maybe on a leash, right?
Are you pro leash?
No, you ain't going to put no kid under a leash.
What?
No.
You don't?
No.
I've been
Maybe
reading
it's
all
Six
the
Flags.
wrong books.
It's Six Flags, maybe.
But I'll tell you one thing. If I had a 5 or 6 year old, when they go to a store today and I didn't want them running far away, I'd take some type of thing and put it on them because kids get snatched so damn quick.
Oh.
You don't know what to do.
But now we're back to my leash. See? There we go.
Yeah.
Keep them corralled. Or do you mean some sort of beeper sensor?
That'll work.
Okay.
I have a beeper on my dog. When my dog gets out of the house, I know where he's at every damn minute. He could be 3 miles away, but I know where he's at.
Yeah. Okay. Well, go get him.
Thank you, Stephen.
That's too far.
He stays close.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen on the Callier and Thompson
thanks,
phone
Steve.
lines, friend of the program and child structure advocate.
He didn't like that leash comment, but then kind of said you got to keep those kids corralled in some fashion.
One thing you learn real quick if you have more than one kid is kids are either combative or compliant. They're one or the other.
You know, I've told my wife that you say that, and I think I'm witnessing it firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Doug is all-knowing when it comes to raising children, Martin. I've discovered that over the 17 years we've been doing the show together.
Well, I don't know about that, but it is true that
they're born that way.
Yeah, they seem to be. They seem to be wired that way. Either they'll go along with anything, sure, Dad, whatever you say, or they will fight you on every last detail of their lives.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
No, you
That's right.
Yeah.
So then you run the offense based on the roster, you know?
Yeah, carrying them a little bit different.
A lot of check downs. a lot of throwing down
tribute to
over
Bradford.
the middle. Is that the kid who interviewed Tyson doing a Mike Claymore?
No. The kid who came to a TMA Live and just brought heat.
He wanted to say that. He enjoyed the drop.
Ironically, Doug and I raised kids that were completely coddled and got a trophy for everything and were able to form their own personality. We should have raised them like our parents. Then we wouldn't have costumes like the ones Missouri's wearing.
Probably true. Probably true, yeah.
Might be a stretch.
What makes you say that?
I have no idea.
Let's see. 100, Vladdy the Virgin was the screaming kid on the plane and or the kid at the store being a little punk. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Vladdy the Virgin.
I disagree. I think Jackson would have been a compliant, good kid.
I was.
The Alliance is back.
Surprise. Yeah, I had to travel a lot with my mom when my grandfather was sick, so we'd go back and forth to Long Island all the time when I was very little. And apparently...
Was that to vacation in the Hamptons, though?
Far from it. But apparently I was very well behaved on the plane. Always sitting there quietly, not complaining, not crying.
What did you think about the other adults hating you simply because you were a kid?
Yeah, it's different strokes, different folks. It's a crying child on a plane's never bothered me. One, because I have headphones, but two, because I feel like I get it. Like it's like what's a parent supposed to do? Like the kid's gonna cry.
Not much, yeah.
And kids have to travel some way, you know.
I feel bad for the parents, but not as much as I feel bad for myself. Like when it's happening, like, oh, that's a tough spot. Boy, I hate that, but boy, I really hate my life right now.
Well, keep an eye if you're going to the Blues game this evening, Doug. As you know. It's our 13th wedding anniversary, and thank you for the fruit basket.
Oh,
that was really warm fruit. That was really kind. Yeah, warm fruit. And I said to my wife, I said, hey, it's a Tuesday night. We're going to dinner on Saturday. I said, is there anything that you would like to do? And she goes, I'd like to go to the Blues game with the boys. And I said, all right, that's super romantic.
Oh, wow, and you'll stay home. So she'll go to the game with the boys.
Right. Yeah.
I like that.
So I will be taking a 2-year-old to the Blues game this evening, along with a 7-year-old.
Alert the section.
And Chairman Kurt, I could be, if you're in the vicinity, I could be your enemy this evening as we try to witness Jordan Binnington tying Mike Liut.
I'm okay with your kids.
No, that was a lemming play.
Get the gong.
You got the greatest kids.
Listen, Doug. I've been around Tim's kids. We watched a spring training game together.
We did. That is actually true.
We were near each other at the Blues game. I believe I saw you guys in the restroom. I've spent some time around.
What in the world?
Gosh.
I like to hang out with boys in the restroom.
No wonder he's not a teacher anymore.
But I've been around Tim's kids, and they're wonderful, and they are exempt from this.
Good gravy.
They're exempt.
So my children are the exception to the rule.
Oh, so your wife wants you to go to the game. Okay.
Yeah, kind of a surprise.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a surprise.
I thought maybe a gift to her would be a night away.
Night away from me. No. This will be a family trip, but taking a 2-year-old to a 7 p.m. puck drop. Pretty aggressive play. For our wedding anniversary, no less. Martin, it seems like you're in the tank thinking if this is a bad call or good call.
I'm trying to think how we can get audio of this evening for the show, like secret audio.
Chairman Kurt, you going to the game?
It feels like he might follow you.
He can follow us around with a camera.
Like a little
like
reality
Jake Paul.
series.
Yeah, reality series, how it goes at the game. I would tell you the 7-year-old is the one that's got higher delta of being problematic than the 2-year-old. 2-year-old will be locked in.
I like that delta.
You can still run him down, but the 7-year-old could probably outrun you at this point.
Yeah, at this point. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, loyal sponsor of this program and a wonderful, wonderful person as well. And he's a financial advisor. And if there are there is one thing that I look back on in my 20s and go, man, how did I leave that out there? It's not having a financial advisor. Whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure you have somebody monitoring your finances. And this isn't a one-size-fits-all plan. Mark loves listening to everybody's stories and every individual family's goal. And that is what makes him so unique. He is a wonderful listener, and he just cares. I've gotten to know the guy over the last 7 years, first class. You can go online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. Doug, you've compared him to the great communicator. I remember you saying
I haven't really done that.
And you say he's a life Sherpa who will guide you through life and through mountainous regions. And that's what he does at Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
He's got time to guide you through mountainous regions while he's investing your money?
Shepherding you through.
Thank you, Jackson.
Okay.
That's the right predicate right there. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. Here's my promise to you. You'll get off the phone feeling better, not only about your situation, but life in general. It's just the way that he is. It's an impact he has that is truly a gift. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Call 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member of FINRA and SIPC, and other offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt handling the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to Team A, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Tim, who is our love play of the week? The Georgia play was too easy. So now my plays are too easy if they hit. But if they lose...
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what love play. I outside of
you don't have one this
LSU.
week?
I honestly haven't delved into the numbers yet, candidly. But I know Mississippi State is getting 8 from Missouri.
You kind of like them, don't you?
I don't want to. It's a wide. We talk about wide deltas. I could see Missouri just. I mean, because if the motivation isn't necessarily going to the college football playoff, but to look good for the professional ranks. Luther Burden and Theo Weiss can feast on the Mississippi State defense. So from that standpoint, I don't know if that's necessarily one that I would go with. Or I could see them just straight up losing to Mississippi State.
Maybe you ought to stick with Georgia. They're 42-point favorites at home against UMass.
They're going to be looking for some style points.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Georgia needs to do anything but take care of UMass and Georgia Tech and then go on in and take care of the business in the college football playoff. I don't think they're in a style point mode. Now, what about Hottie Toddy?
So I was just thinking 10.5 against Florida at the Swamp.
But it's at the Swamp. I don't know.
Florida's rallying a bit, right?
Yeah, so,
doesn't that scare you?
Well, DJ Lagway is clearly the better quarterback that they have down there. But the question is, now that Billy Napier knows he's safe, maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit. But I think that would really relish, they would really confirm Napier coming back if they were to take away Ole Miss's chance to go into the CFP.
Who's LSU got? Vanderbilt. What's the number on that one, Jackson? Vanderbilt and LSU in Baton Rouge. Even that game gets to be a night game in Baton Rouge. They never play a day game in Baton Rouge.
-8.
Wow.
I feel like they could just be in the tank completely.
That's the thing about that one. That's
mad at the coach, sick of being there. I think that thing could spiral.
That's fun. I'll delve into it. Hey, listen. But here's the thing, Doug, about the la.
Okay,
back to that.
That's the thing now. A love.
I'm not just going to give one if I don't like it.
Okay.
I mean, I feel a fiduciary responsibility to the audience. I'm managing people's income here. I'm managing people's bankrolls. So I'm not just going to release a play. I'm 3 for 3 on my last season-long plays with Missouri over last year, Missouri under win total this year, and Georgia under win total. But on the plays that I love, I'm 2-1. But I'm not going to just throw one out there if I don't have it. I don't know. Doug, what I'll do is I'll delve in.
Okay, delve.
Do you like a good bowl projection? You know that Brett McMurphy used to be at
he got sideways with Missouri fans 2 years ago, and he said they avoided playing Kansas.
He was all. I had him on the radio. He was all in on that. He said that's fine. They can be mad at me.
I believe him as well, and that's what makes me the enemy of what Jackson calls tiger nationalists.
Yeah, he even got a call, I believe, at the time from the sports information director. Said, "Oh, you're killing us with this." And he said, "Well, it doesn't matter. It's just a story. It's like it's either true or it's not true."
I listened to your interview with him,
Brett McMurphy. He was great.
It irritates me when if a story doesn't match up with a fan base's preference, that then we deem it to not be true
and hate the reporter,
and then we hate the reporter, and we experienced that with McMurphy and Missouri fans and the writer for the LA Times about the Nolan Arenado trade at the deadline of 23, and that one still stands out to me as being one of the strangest moments in my 25 years of working in St. Louis, where we're just going to discount it because we don't like the idea of the Cardinals trading Nolan Arenado. And I'm not going to mock, where things wound up playing out over the last 15 months. But what do you think? The guy was just making it up? I mean, he's a reporter for the LA Times. He's not got a blog he's trying to get off the ground,
Well, Brett here has Mizzou in the Gator Bowl playing Syracuse, which means it'll be the Wash Bowl because winners get washed. Well, it all goes back to this. This is a shower bowl, so instead of the Duke's Mayo, those have a giant shower midfield for the postgame.
They're chasing down Kyle McCord. First, they tried to play him against Ohio State. Then he decided to transfer to Syracuse. Now they'll play him at Syracuse. You can't run forever, Kyle.
Wow. Gosh. You think that's what it is? He just didn't want any,
he didn't want any smoke.
In scripted Missouri?
Yeah.
So winners would get washed after the Gator Bowl.
Not if...
so it's all tied together.
Not if Fran loses.
Well,
he doesn't wash if
but Mizzou could get washed.
Yes, that'd be nice.
It was a callback, Jackson. By the way, on the I'm new here, but you guys have a way of answering phones. Chairman Kurt fields the calls. Yet in the last break, Jackson picked up the phone and said, TMA, how are you?
Yeah, what was
I felt like you usurped a little of KG's power.
What was going on there?
I saw the phone ringing. We were in a break, so I figured I could wait till KG, or I could just pick it up. Like I'm starting a new thing where if something can take like really short amount of time to do, instead of just being like, I'll take care of that, do it right then and there. Just do it.
I agree
do
with
it
that.
there.
I like that mindset.
Do it then, and then you don't have to worry about it. So as soon as it comes in your mind, do it. If it takes like 2 minutes or less in this case, then just do it. So that's kind of my new mantra.
A New Year's resolution here in November.
In a way, I'm just trying to form some good habits, and the way to do that is just by executing.
Look at this guy, Doug. He's inspiring a generation right now.
Go get her. Is it hot in here to anybody?
It's perfect.
Really?
You're wearing a crew. You can always take the crew off.
Martin, would you like to tell us about mentality?
I would, because I could put that off, but you know what? Jackson has inspired me. Just do it right now. In fact, that is a great mindset when we're talking about low T and getting checked out at Mentality Health. You can do that by going to their website, lowtusa.com. Set up your appointment. What we're talking about, low testosterone, it's affecting men younger and younger these days. They see folks now in their 30s trying to figure out why they just don't have the strength they used to have, the energy, the focus. Maybe that extra fatigue, the low energy, the mood swings, it's all related to low testosterone. Stop by and see them. 2 locations. They're out there in Chesterfield Valley. They're in South County. They'll do an entire blood panel, come back, tell you the results, and explain to you where you are in your overall health. And it's an in-person consultation. You're not going online and doing this. You deserve to sit across from the folks there, the experts that can map out a plan for you. You want to have muscle gain, lose some weight. What are your goals? They can help you map out a plan at lowtusa.com. A chance for you to get back in the game. You're falling asleep all the time. You don't have the edge that you used to have. You just need to get things done. The way Jackson just took charge. You want to be able to do that again? Mentality Health will get you back in the game. It's a great process. Go meet them in person. Just check them out online at lowtusa.com to get yourself back in the game.
There it is. All right, top of the hour here, closing out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Well, if Jackson can answer the phone lines, I guess we can welcome you back.
Well, I guess we could, yeah. I don't know what the protocol is.
Mike Shannon would do that to young Joe Buck, or Jack Buck would just get up and walk away and force the younger announcers to call the inning.
Yeah.
That's what Tim wanted us to.
Yeah, I was told 3 minutes.
You wanted us to have that opportunity.
Was that 3 minutes? Was it really?
Yeah.
I have no idea anymore.
Clock management.
Yeah. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Ed Herman's in here from Brown and Crouppen. Hi, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's the good word?
You know, I don't know. I was pretty excited at the Rookie of the Year awards yesterday. I don't know if you guys have talked about those yet.
We haven't.
But that was, Paul Skeens beating out Jackson Merrill. I have to say I was very supportive of that. And Luis Heel beating out Colton Cowser. As a Yankee fan, I was pretty excited to see Luis get the big one. It was a very close vote. I don't know if you guys looked at the totals, but
it's on the dossier.
Probably the closest I've seen.
How about the fact the Pirates only had one previous Rookie of the Year? Didn't that surprise you with all the great Pittsburgh players?
It really did, and it was exactly 20 years. I know who it was.
You know, hold on.
Yeah,
hold
I'm not going to say it. I won't.
Can we have initials?
20 years ago, 2004, Pirates.
You can give your initials. I think that won't give it away.
Also played for the Red Sox. Big contract.
It's JB, right?
Jason Bay.
Jason Bay.
Jason Bay.
How about that? The only other Pirate to be the Rookie of the Year. All those terrible years and high picks, you would think. You would think.
Cardinals have had their share.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Vince Coleman had one. I think Todd Worrell.
Yeah.
I want to say had one.
Albert Pujols, drought after Albert.
Yeah, there were others. I can't remember it now that I brought it up.
Nobody.
Whose topic was it, Doug?
Yeah, it was
your
mine.
topic.
Yeah, it didn't really go the way I
Dylan
hoped.
Carlson? No.
But I'll tell you one thing about it that was just like one of those weird coincidence things. So it was the first time since 1981 that two starting pitchers won the Rookie of the Year in each league. And 1981 was the last time that the Dodgers and Yankees played in the World Series, and the Dodgers beat them. You look for those little weird cosmic things in the baseball universe, and there you go.
And were the winners Dodgers and Righetti?
Well, Righetti was, so in both instances, the pitcher was a Yankee starter. But no, and the other one, it was Fernando Valenzuela.
So not a
now
Pirate,
you got
right.
Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens, fun fact, you guys know my son Brody really well.
Yes.
Because he was on the
friend of the show
this summer. Born the exact same day of the same year as Paul Skeens.
Oh, really?
So I tell Brody, I say, you're really falling behind here. Look what this guy's doing. He was drafted. He made the team. He started the All-Star game. He won the Rookie of the Year award. What are you doing?
Well, everyone else born that day is also falling behind, if it makes you feel any better.
I can't take personal responsibility for any of the rest of it.
This goes back to the parenting conversation. You shame your kid by pointing to a superstar athlete.
That's the way to motivate?
Yes,
It
yes.
is. I'm glad that you hit on that truth. I feel like that's what this generation is missing, is a healthy dose of shame. Everything I've accomplished,
right?
it's true.
Really?
I feel
I
like
want to hear your thesis.
I feel like everything I accomplished, all my driving motivators growing up, came from a place of shame. Shame is the fuel that I ran on. Spite is the energy that I give off to take my revenge on the world. So I say I'm a combination of shame on the front end and spite on the back end. But shame. It's not really in jest. But if you think about it, you look back on where your character was forged. It was never forged in your strengths, right? It was forged in the things that made you feel less than. So whatever that might have been in your childhood, your appearance, or your intelligence, or your strength, whatever that became the thing that then drove you to get better or to achieve more. But that was all coming from a place of shame.
What were you getting shamed for?
Oh, well, for me, it was being fat, but, or being poor. It's hard. Those two kind of came out as a 1-2 punch.
Attack you for being poor?
They don't attack you, but you feel it. You feel the
diminished.
You see the things people around you have, or what appear to be easy things for them that are not easy for you, and it makes you feel less than, whether they go out of their way to say something or not. You don't need a society telling you you're fat either. All you have to do is go clothing shopping, and they tell you right away, they're like, yeah, we have nothing for you here. We have an entire store of clothes. So look at this. It's a big store. There's nothing for you here.
You may want to go down the street.
Right, exactly. Or they start labeling you, with words like, you're going to be in the husky sizes. I'm like, could you not come up with
You don't hear that word too often
You
now.
don't, because now people are all sensitive to body and body image.
And you think people should be called husky because of
I wish that there was a pleasant middle ground. They have gotten better. Because when I was a kid and then becoming an adult, and you were heavier, they would take you to the Portly section or the Stout.
There really was a Portly section?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
it was it was a cut of suit, and there was a definition for Portly.
Wow.
Portly was when the size, the measurement that went around your stomach was larger than the one that went around your chest, which is the reverse of how it normally is. So if you crossed over, you were portly. Now they've gotten it much better. Now if you go into the suit stores and you're heavier, they will say something like a gentleman's cut or executive cut. And I'm like, yeah, where the hell was that when I was a kid? I should have been an executive, not a husky.
But there's no shame in that.
No, well, that's the thing. Well, by the time you're older, you don't need the shame. You only need it when you're young and you're being fueled for, building up whatever your passion is going to be in life.
And your fuel was to make good grades in school
my
become a lawyer?
Fuel, when you grow up fat and poor, your goal is to grow up with money and skinny. So I fought that battle back and forth. Right now I'm winning that battle, but that could all change tomorrow. And I've made a few bucks. So I've done okay on that front. And you know what? I do feel better. It's amazing how that works.
Great, and you sound like a professor. You've given life advice here.
Ed gives wonderful life counsel.
You never know where it's going to go in here. That's just how it is. What have you guys been talking about? I don't want to upset the apple cart.
We had a gentleman call in about parenting. And was saying that parenting is what's caused a disdain for some children because Chairman Kurt here. And,
I heard he hates kids.
Yes, he does. Like kids, exactly. Sure
It started with the Mizzou uniform, and then Doug critiquing, which is sort of his thing, the uniform, and then Chairman said, sorry, Doug, you're just an old guy. And then it got into the olds and the kids and the fats, and then we just kind of workshopped.
Yeah. So I didn't miss anything. That's what it's sounding like to me.
You really did not.
But no, it sounds like you had a good fashion-based discussion that veiled the sports. And
that felt like a show.
And I don't blame you for not liking kids.
You're applying shame to us now.
I'm just
for
saying,
the quality of the show, I feel.
Kids can be adorable, but they can also be annoying, especially when they're not yours.
I thought of you when they had that story yesterday of the piece of metal falling off the roof of the Cowboys football stadium. Had that landed on somebody, you'd probably like to have that case, wouldn't you?
I would, but you know what? I'd like to live in a world where it doesn't land on somebody. But in a perfect world, I'd like to live in a world where it doesn't fall in the first place. So I guess if push comes to shove, I'll sue them.
You'll take the case.
Well, because I want to prevent it from happening next time. It's not, that's the thing with what we do. It's not just taking care of the person that got hurt. It's also trying to prevent the next person from getting hurt, from exerting enough pressure on a company or an insurance company to be like, clean your act up. Next time, make sure this doesn't happen to begin with, and we won't have to keep tagging you. But as long as you keep messing up, we're going to keep tagging you. We do it all the time, but it does make a difference. I mean, we've had many situations where products have been perfected or changed, modified, because, they won't do it out of the kindness of their heart. Corporations don't have a heart. They're corporations. They have shareholders, but they do have a bottom line that they care very much about. And so much of what we do is just kicking them so hard in that bottom line that it forces them to change how they do their business. Believe me, they're never going to do it out of the kindness of their heart.
It's a form of shame, is it not? A little corporate shame there.
Let's bring it around. Corporate shame. It's more about, corporate greed and all that. But yes, you should make them feel ashamed. They should, except they have no conscience as their companies.
The back of the baseball ticket would always say all these legalese where if you get hit by the ball, you have no legal stand. I bet you that doesn't hold up, does it?
Of course not. No, it's the silly. First of all, nobody ever shows you those terms before they took your money. So they're not really a term of the contract. I like to consider those things a recitation of their wishes. I mean, like you ever watch Big Bang Theory? At the end of every episode, there'd be this long written blurb that would show up on the screen, but it was up there too quick for anybody to ever actually read it. That's what the back of the ticket is. I couldn't care less what it says there. I'm still going to hold the place to doing things safely.
So if you get hit by a foul ball, you could have a suit?
You could, but remember about, 5, 6, 7 years ago, baseball finally extended the netting all the way down the line. Now,
let me ask, Minute Maid Park, I believe there was an incident that was.
Yeah, but ask yourself, if they were that confident that the back of the ticket protected them from something, why go through all those rules? And I mean, they're not doing it just to make it a safer experience. They're doing it because they got tagged. It's always a mathematical equation with companies.
What if Doug is shoving a hot dog in his mouth, like, and drinking a soda, and he's not paying attention? Does that mitigate it?
Well, who sold him the hot dog and made that money? Who sold him the money and made that money? Who encouraged him to eat and drink in the seat while he did that? Who put a bunch of stuff on the boards to distract his attention and read stuff instead of just focusing on the game itself?
You ought to do this for a living.
Yeah, I'm just saying. And listen, I'm not saying that everybody is entitled to a seat on everything. I'm saying that everything deserves to have the facts analyzed and make a reasonable decision. You know, should that have happened? Shouldn't have happened? And, you know, it doesn't have to be all or nothing, especially in Missouri. You could take that situation and say, well, you know, it was half Doug's fault for not paying attention and half the team's fault for capitalizing on his hunger and making money on the dog, on the soda, and
even if you weren't paying attention, there's a lot of people who couldn't defend themselves against a line drive anyway.
No, I mean, most people can. I'm amazed when you see some of the videos that pop up on TikTok, because everything's captured on video. It's wonderful. And but every so often you see somebody give you a chance to be a hero, doesn't it? Every so often you see somebody who brought their glove to the game and they get it up just in time to save some old lady from taking a ball to the face. And I think, well, that's a shame. I would have loved to have seen that look. No, I think, isn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
You know, a hero. I've seen fathers grab a bat right before it was about to whack their kid. And you think, my God, that's fabulous. How come I never do anything?
Did you ever read about that story when Richie Ashburn hit the foul ball that hit the woman in the stands? And it hurt her so bad they had to delay the game briefly. Brought her a stretcher out, and while they were carrying her out of the stadium, they started the game. He had another foul ball, hit her while she was on the stretcher.
That's one of those great things that you like. You know, listen, I feel bad for the lady, but at the same time, too, if you're already going to get hit, so much cooler to get hit twice.
Second time
and people
on the way
are still
out.
talking about you 55, 60 years later.
Ed Herman, Brown and Crouppen with us here on TMA, the presenting sponsor online at brownandcrouppen.com. Very happy that his New York Yankee has claimed the Rookie of the Year. Ed, always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in, sir.
Of course. I'll see you in a few weeks.
Oh, you're going vacationing in the Hamptons or something?
No, it's just I do every other week. Andy does the in-between weeks. I guess a few is two.
Yeah.
And that might not be. Is that Thanksgiving week or is that next week?
Thanksgiving's next week.
Oh,
So we'll see
in
you
that case,
see you in 2 weeks, right at post-Thanksgiving.
Post-Thanksgiving.
Don't get portly and husky over Thanksgiving. The holidays can trip all of us up.
Listen, don't be shocked. I gain weight like nobody's business. I'm like Christian Bale, but not on purpose.
Okay.
You know? Anyway, have a great week. Have a great Thanksgiving. And to everybody out there, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed
Herman, Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Presenting sponsor of the program, John Kelly, is going to join us coming up. Blues and Wild this evening at Enterprise Center. Pregame at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. We'll talk it over with John Kelly next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows, making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. Buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your entire home, making it more comfortable and energy efficient just in time for winter. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. CMA presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines Blues broadcaster John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hey, Tim. How are you today?
Very good. Thank you so much. I'm going to the game this evening and looking forward to it, and we might see some history. Great piece this morning in The Athletic. Mike Liu talking about Jordan Binnington and the ties the two of them have, and they may have here in about 15 hours in Blues history. Your thoughts on what we could see tonight and what it means for Binnington and the organization?
Yeah, he goes for win number 151, as you said, Tim, to tie his agent and legendary Blues goaltender Mike Liu, who was inducted, of course, into the Blues Hall of Fame last year. And, you know, I was 20-year-old or so back in the 80s when Mike came to town at a Bowling Green and was just a fantastic goaltender. I mean, at one point he was arguably the best in the world. And I still think that Blues team of 80-81 with Mike Liu, and I think 8 or 9 players, maybe more, had 20 goals or more. It was a fantastic team backstopped by Mike. So for Jordan to, you know, come along and really in a way come out of nowhere back in 18-19, as we know, and now is on the precipice of tying his agent for most all-time wins. It's a great story, and good on Jordan. He's played really well, and hopefully he gets it tonight against Minnesota.
John, it feels like the Blues always had great goalies. They just weren't here very long. Liut ends up leaving. Cujo was here for a while, even getting Furzy at the end for a few, to the point that Jake Allen was among the top winners of all-time goalies, which surprised me. I don't know that there was a theme to it, but didn't it seem like they'd have these great goalies, but never for too long?
Yeah, really, it started back in the early years when they had Glenn Hall and Jacques Plante. But they got those guys, when they were close to 40 years old, so it's a little bit of a different situation. But you're right. It's too bad that, the Blues did trade Mike Liut. Emil Francis, who drafted Mike, ended up going to Hartford and of course, traded for Mike. And then we know what happened with Cujo and Mike Keenan. So, it's really too bad. And, obviously would like to see Jordan stay here and win a lot more games. But even though the Blues have some of the greatest goalies really in history with, again, starting with Glenn Hall and Jacques Plante, and obviously, Grant Fuhr winning all those cups in Edmonton, none of them have really spent a ton of time in St. Louis. It's a good point.
Brian Elliott was another one who didn't seem like he was here a long time, but I think he held the club shutout record if he may still hold it.
Yeah, I believe he does, Doug. Yeah. So, yeah. He obviously came in and grabbed the number one job from Halak and played well. So, he was a solid goaltender, no question.
Of all the good ones that you've seen, who would you rate as the best Blues goalie of all time?
Oh, Doug, put him on the spot just like that.
Let's get right to it.
Who would I rate the best all time? I'm going to have to go with Glenn Hall. He was my favorite as a young guy, and he's a big reason why the Blues won or went to the final 3 years in a row to start their franchise. As a matter of fact, in their first year, they got swept in the final, and he was the Conn Smythe Trophy winner. As you guys know, not too many players win a Conn Smythe Trophy when you get swept in the final. But that's how good Glenn Hall was. But, in the history of the game, he was just a remarkable goaltender. So I would say in terms of just talent and what he did in his career, albeit most of it, with other teams, I think he was the most talented Blues goalie ever.
John Kelly, our guest here on TMA, is with us in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Blues and Wild tonight on 101 ESPN, pregame, 6 p.m. As far as where things stand with the way the Blues are playing right now, so much of it, I think, is tied to both what the roster makeup is and then, of course, the injury situation. Getting indication that Robert Thomas could be ahead of schedule out there skating last week and continues to do so and feeling good after getting out there on the ice. What specific impact do you notice when you see the Blues without Thomas versus what he brings to the table and what he ideally will bring to the table once he returns?
Well, I think one of them, Tim, is faceoffs, and he was having a great season in the faceoff circle, and the Blues have really struggled in the circle without Robert Thomas. And fans might, hearing this say, well, big deal. Well, it is a big deal when, some nights the Blues are winning only 30-35% of the draws. You're chasing the puck. And nowadays shifts in the NHL are, 30-45 seconds long. So if you lose the faceoff, you might spend your entire shift chasing the other team and chasing the puck. So, that's number one. But number two, he's their number one center, and he's a really good two-way center. It obviously hurts their power play, which has struggled this year. And on top of that, when you don't have Robert Thomas, then other people have to be elevated into higher positions than you'd ideally like. So, it's really very impactful when you don't have your number one center. So obviously the Blues would like to get him back as soon as they can. And he is skating, and who knows, maybe he does play this week or tonight. I don't know. We'll find out more at the morning skate coming up at Enterprise Center in a few hours. But not many teams can survive too long, especially teams like the Blues, teams that going into the season are obviously teams that are fighting for, a playoff spot. And you just know that they're sort of fringe teams to get in the playoffs. So we got to get him back as soon as we can. And obviously, hopefully, Broberg as well and Nick Leddy.
And, John, we think about the Central Division. Colorado, Dallas always come to mind, yet Winnipeg has been dominant. And Minnesota right behind them, 11-3-3. For the families like Tim and the boys going, how about a little snippet on what to expect from Minnesota?
Well, you're right. They've lost 3 games in regulation, and, they have a solid team. They missed the playoffs last year, but they've been getting good goaltending, and reading the clips this morning, it looks like they're going to reunite a line that was together last year a lot. Boldy, Eriksson, Ek, and Kaprizov. Eriksson Ek missed the last game. He didn't play in St. Louis when the Blues lost in their home opener 4-1. He's a solid player. So Kaprizov obviously is having a fantastic year. So that's going to be, to me, the challenge for the Blues tonight. With the Wild loading up with that number 1 line, is can the Blues limit the damage or shut that trio down? Hopefully they can tonight.
And even though we're only 19 games in, it's still getting to the point where the Blues don't want to fall any farther behind, right? The games like this are important within the division.
Well, the Blues have lost all 3 games in the division, Doug, as you said, so they're really important. And I think with the injuries that the Blues have, and right now they sit 2 games under 500, and I know I've said this before many times on the show, but you have got to be at least 11, 12 games over 500 to make the playoffs, get 95, 96 points. I think last year it took 98. So, looking at the Blues' big picture, they've got to get healthy, and they got to hang in there until they get these injured guys back. And by hanging in, I mean I think they need to be around 500, hopefully a little better than that. So right now they're 2 games under, so they got to win some games here. Because if you go into the Christmas break or the New Year, and you are 3, 4, 5 games under 500 or worse, you're in big trouble, with half the season to go.
John Kelly
that
with
to
us.
me is the goal.
I'm sorry, John, I stepped on you there. John Kelly and the Blues tonight down at Enterprise Center. They will take on the Wild, the team that is off to a fine start. Blues trying to get something going. They'll get a couple at home before heading out to the New York metropolitan area for the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils. JK, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, talk to you next week, Tim.
That's John Kelly with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Why does he say talk to Tim next week? What about Doug? What about Jackson? What about Kurt?
They're all talking to Tim. Even if we ask the question, it's still directed at Tim.
It's an honor just to
My
be able to
favorite is
talk
when
to
it's a solo host and the guest says, all right, guys, thanks for having me. They don't even know who's on the other end. Doug gets a prize pack. Brian Elliott, all-time shutout leader with 25. Number 2 on the shutout list all-time for the Blues.
Number 2, how about Bennington?
How about Jake Allen?
Oh,
21.
wow.
Isn't that hard to believe?
Yeah.
I guess the era with even Fuhrer, but before that Cujo and even Liut, there just weren't a lot of shutout.
That's what I was
higher
thinking.
scoring games.
With the Jake Allen play.
It's shocking that he is up there in wins and shutouts because you think of that as being a blip.
Well, he was here probably, 7 or 8 years?
Yeah, but it seemed like a blip. Yaroslav Halak. Yaroslav Halak is 3rd on the all-time show. I'll read the whole list in the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay. Nice, that's coming up. Jackson, what is this? I see we have grifting.
Light grifting. It's very
Martin,
light.
it's light grifting. There's a difference between grifting and light grifting.
It doesn't even need the open for it. It's so.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah, it's a light grift, but it's interesting. It leads to a fun topic, I think.
Can I ask what we're talking about?
It has to do. It pertains.
Jackson is on alert for grifting in media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I see that we've got a grifter, but I notice it's a light grift, and I want to know the difference between a grift and a light grift. So I guess we'll hear it.
Yeah, it's college football related, and it's a light grift. It's not
really underselling it.
This is a media guy somehow trying to make some money.
See, that's why it's a light grift.
He's not trying to make money.
Frank, get in here. Teach this kid how it's done. Okay, boys, maybe the greatest grift ever. We'll do that next. And then everybody stays in their car.
That's the way to do it. That's getting better at teasing.
Yeah, but I can get exposed quickly for over-promising and under-delivering, so I always rather way under
sell it.
Yeah, and then
up next we'll have some stuff and other stuff. So please, stay tuned.
More or less.
Okay.
There you go. That's what we got. All right, it's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN.
The holiday season means gift giving, and a lot of folks like me are thinking, what do you give somebody? It's so tough to come up with ideas. How about the gift of me time? A gift card from Massage Envy. That means they can decide for themselves if they want a massage, a facial, a stretch session, all of that at Massage Envy, where better begins, and even better for you. Right now until December 31st, up until the end of the year, when you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card. Keep for yourself or add it to someone's gift. What a great idea this holiday season, me time from Massage Envy. Gift cards for $150 and get a $40 free promo card back to you where better begins. The offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. So when you're making out that holiday list, ideas, gift giving, think about me time with Massage Envy.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night, the Miami Heat defeat the Philadelphia 76ers 106-89. Jimmy Butler with 30 points. That's a 2-11 start for Philadelphia. Maybe the process has some trust issues. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And Doug Jackson has his Who's Grifting segment?
Okay.
I don't want to call it Who's Grifting. Because
Martin, this is the undersell.
Well, to me, grifting there's a real negative connotation. In fact, it can be detrimental to society.
Jesus.
I do think
a bit harsh.
No, but I do. That's why it's a rare thing, because I don't want to, the thing with the Strahan thing, that was a Who's Grifting, because that's truly detrimental. That really hurt a person's image. This is just, kind of just bad sports discourse in a way. So I have some sound here.
So this is a different segment. This is bad sports discourse.
It doesn't have the same ring to it.
8-3. Bad sports, okay.
Okay. Who are we about to hear from?
So this is Ryan Russillo.
Ryan Russillo, Doug, he has a wonderful podcast, very successful.
Yes.
Okay.
And he was talking about the state of college football right now and the discussion going on between the SEC. Should teams with more loss in the SEC get in over some Big Ten schools who haven't played anybody? So here's Ryan Russillo's thoughts on it.
Okay,
Five toughest opponents for Georgia are tougher than anyone Indiana has faced. I don't care about the record when it's that ridiculous. Indiana has played none of the top 7 teams in the Big Ten. But when they finish with Purdue, Indiana's going to play 7 of the 8 worst teams in an 18-team Big Ten. I'm over all of it. I'm over the expansion completely changing what teams are doing. And I think we have to adjust for that. And I think the committee should have to adjust for that. If you're telling me that I'm biased, I would tell you that you're right. But I'm going to be biased about a team like Texas who played in the playoff last year. I'm going to be biased about a team like Georgia who's put together some incredible seasons. Now, does that seem kind of unfair? Sure, but what's your bias? I just want somebody different who hasn't played anybody. Your bias would be, hey, they're undefeated. Why are they undefeated? Have they played Clemson, Bama, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Texas? Oh, they're undefeated? No, they're not.
So there's Ryan Russillo.
That was a light grift.
Russillo is not the grifter. This is what spurred. There's
another layer?
This is what spurred the bad sports discussion.
Was Russillo talking to himself, or was there another person?
Russillo does a solo pod.
Okay, I thought somebody else was chiming in, or was he asking some questions of himself and answering?
I listen to Ryan Russillo a lot, obviously NBA guy. He does a good job of making it seem like there's multiple people when he's really just doing the pod. He has guests, but he basically just does it by himself.
This is a dangerous topic for this particular show and the followers, but is Russillo known for taking his shirt off? Because I would listen to Craig Kilborn podcasts, and he would have Russillo on because they're buddies, and Kilborn would always make a joke. I went by his house, and he answered the door, shirt off, always. Russillo, every time. Is that a thing? Is he known for that?
He's obsessed with working out, and he's famously unmarried without kids.
Famously unmarried.
What makes him famous for that?
He always talks about it. He's comfortably in his mid-40s with no kids and no significant other.
Well, why shouldn't he be?
Well, because I think there's a stigma on that. If someone,
anybody who's going to give you trouble by anybody you want to hang out with anyway, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Agreed. But that the conversation's still around it.
But I didn't know enough of the
Yeah, 100%. I'm not saying that
I don't think he's too worried about it, is he?
I love Ryan Russillo.
Doug, famously unmarried.
That'll be a new texter to the show.
Is he the most famous person?
He's 50, actually.
Is he really? Ryan Russillo's 50?
He's 40 and he'll be 50 in August.
Wow.
But Kilborn would always make a joke about Russillo opens the door. Yes, shirt off yet again. That was always a joke by Kilborn, and I just didn't know if that was a thing.
Yeah, he's always talking about working out.
Okay.
So the grift or the bad sports discourse really comes from Danny Cannell.
Yeah, I see Danny Cannell. That's why I was confused by the Ryan Russillo sound. All right.
Drinks guy.
So Ryan Russillo tweeted out that clip of him from The Ringer, and Danny Cannell responds with, "My man Ryan Russillo is about to make the case for a 5-5 Florida Gators team to make the playoff. I mean, that schedule is brutal. Plus, they did win a couple natties not that long ago. What has Indiana ever done?" And then him and
Russillo go back. Doug is the light grift.
And then Cannell goes on to, and this was tweeted out by some bot fan account nonsense, and then he's now using it as cherry picking some bad SEC teams who've lost to some other Power 4 schools and saying oh yeah, this SEC really dominant. And I just think that that's ignoring a lot of the numbers and the strength of schedule stuff.
I don't think Indiana can be blamed much for their schedule. At the start of the season, it looked pretty tough. They had Washington, they had Michigan, They had other teams that are usually pretty good. UCLA, Nebraska's obviously used to be good. Michigan State, they still have to play Ohio State. It didn't look like a cakewalk schedule at the beginning of the year.
I am a firm believer. If I can make a prediction, Doug, you want to love? This isn't on a game. I don't think you can bet it, but the chaos will ensue if Indiana loses to Ohio State, and they're a one-loss team, and the debate will be between an SEC team, I don't know which one, and Indiana for that last spot. That's
like
what
a Tennessee, Ole Miss type.
That's exactly right. That's what I think. That's what I think we're going to have. That's what I think is going to wind up happening.
Well, if Indiana can play Ohio State somewhat competitively, I would put them in over a lot of teams, even if they lose. If they go 11-1 with a close loss to Ohio State, to me, you're in.
The spread is 9.5 on that for the record this Saturday. Big noon kickoff.
Is Danny
the least popular thing going on in Big Ten country? 11 o'clock kickoff between the Buckeyes and the Hoosiers.
On the 2 Fox.
2 Fox.
Love that early start. Get up and get the kids going, Tim. Get the day over with. Danny Cannell dislikes the SEC or just pokes him, and he's a Florida State guy, so he's obviously upset about what took place a year ago. Has he been doing this for a long time?
Oh, yes.
Coach Drink seems to be all over.
He doesn't like Cannell?
Yeah, wasn't that on the call last week? Remember, we played the clip where Drinkwitz said
yes.
He joked about Danny Cannell. I said, gosh, Bob Stoops, 1 week, now it's Danny Cannell.
Right. Danny Cannell is like famously kind of like it's like Feinbaum's SEC. Cannell's he's just anti-SEC.
Right.
You know.
Kind of a tough stance if you're going to be a college football analyst.
Right. Like
Tim's a sports analyst, but if you're a college football analyst like Danny Cannell, it's hard to just kind of dismiss the greatness of the SEC.
Right. And the picture he posted is of like none of the SEC teams except Texas A&M are even come close. They're all bottom half SEC teams that have lost to non-conference opponents, and that's the only picture he posts. But he doesn't post like the record against other Power 4 conferences. The SEC has the best of that. You look at strength of schedule rankings. SEC has the top 8 toughest schedules in the nation. Like it's just you'd have to ignore a lot of the numbers around it to be like, no, the Big Ten's better.
The good news is, inevitably, there are going to be multiple Big Ten versus SEC games coming up here over the next month and a half. And in games where both teams will actually be trying, as opposed to bowl games where oftentimes one team, or both teams for that matter, are not. And so it will be settled on the field. I mean, from my standpoint, the Big Ten has 4 teams, and then there is a significant drop-off. And the SEC has, it's just a matter of your perspective on it. Do you view it as 6 teams that are all live to be in the playoff with A&M and Texas, and then Alabama and Georgia, and Tennessee and Ole Miss? I mean, I think at this point you would say all 6 are live to be in there, right? I mean, I think A&M's kind of the forgotten one at the moment.
They never get talked about, I feel like.
But they beat Texas, and I would imagine that they're going to be in the SEC championship game.
Yeah,
because they have one conference loss.
Yeah. Yep.
So let's say A&M were to win the SEC. Oh, cats and dogs.
Yeah. Well, then you also have Lane Kiffin talking about how there's discussion within the SEC coaches about, well, like, do we really want to get, like, you're risking to possibly get a bye in the CFP. You might be risking being out of it completely.
What he's saying is, if you were to lose in the SEC championship game,
there's a chance that you might get left out completely.
And I just cannot imagine if you have that happen in a 12-team playoff. And I am 100% aware of what took place with Georgia last year because in the 4-team playoff, they were then out. But in a 12-team playoff, if you go to the conference championship game and you lose, and that's your penalty, then you're going to have exactly what Lane Kiffin's saying. You don't want to play in that thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Right, and
plus you get another week of health.
Yeah, and then how do you avoid it? Like, if you're going to be good enough to be in the CFP, chances are you might be good enough to get into the SEC championship. That's a slippery slope. If they take points away for losing in the SEC championship, that's going to completely blow up the model in a way. I mean, because how are you going to combat that?
Will the playoff committee take into account storyline? Indiana. I mean, have they said all of the factors? Because they just kind of come out of the room, and certainly they have their own rankings, which based on your conference winners, but can they ultimately, will the committee explain why a team is the 12th one in? Can they just say in the room, we just debated it and decided? Is that how it's going to be, kind of like the NCAA selection in basketball?
At the moment, they have conveyed that they value the fewer losses higher than they value the better wins. That's the message that they're communicating.
But it's not a analytical in the end, right? It's kind of the room.
Sure, it's objective.
Gary Pinkel kind of stumped
they
for a
went to
team.
computers with the BCS, and then they got away from it. So now you got a committee. Nobody ever talks about Notre Dame's weak ass schedule. That's from the 314. I think it gets talked about a good amount. They have the most incomprehensible loss to Northern Illinois, and who would have thought, though, like you were talking about the Indiana schedule, that a team that's playing USC and Florida State, those are two of their weaker games, and two of their harder games would be Army and Navy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they get that this week. They get Army this week at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like a team like Oregon, who's obviously played Ohio State, but also played Boise State. One can make the argument up to this point, like Indiana, their toughest opponent would have been like a Boise State. Like Boise State could have been Indiana's so far toughest opponent. Same with maybe even like Penn State. So like the Big Ten is kind of this, because it's such this massive conference, you don't have the top teams playing each other all that much.
But you would have thought Washington and Michigan would be two of the top teams.
Yeah, when you schedule it originally. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it's not scheduled. Those are conference games. It's the way that it plays out. And so what you have now is a committee trying to decide something that is unwinnable. It is going to be absolute anarchy, and I think the focal point will be the Indiana versus a 2-loss SEC team. That's what I think it will be. Mm-hmm. Now, if Indiana beats Ohio State, which is not really getting a whole lot of conversation, but Indiana, if they had the Penn State helmet or the Michigan Wolverine helmet and had the kind of outcomes that they've had, because they've beaten the hell out of teams, which is usually what the great teams do. They beat the hell out of the weak teams, and then they can edge out the good teams that they play. I think it would be viewed totally differently, and it wouldn't be like, oh, man, is Indiana going to get blown off the field this weekend, which I, by the way, think is possible, but I sure as hell wouldn't bet it, number one, because I want to see Indiana win. But just for the sake of the conversation, if Indiana were to beat Ohio State, now Ohio State is sitting there with 2 losses. They're obviously out of the Big Ten championship mix. At that point, it's Indiana and Oregon. I think that's done, or as close to done as can be. Indiana doesn't play Penn State, but they've had the virtue of head-to-head on Ohio State and beating Ohio State, if this were to happen again. And then does that put Ohio State in a weird spot?
I would say that they would not be deserving of going. They kind of would have like a little Mizzou thing going if Mizzou were to have to beaten South Carolina, where your 2 games against really good opponents, you crumbled. Like that would be, although crumble is probably not the right word against Oregon. That game came down to last play. But yeah, you'd have a 2-loss team, and the 2 losses are to the only really 2 good teams you played. I think you'd run into the same issue that a team like Missouri would have.
Their best win would be at Penn State. That's a legit win.
Yeah, that's
a legit win.
That's a legit win. I forgot they played Penn State.
Well, that's an important part.
Guy loses details while giving take.
Martin, is that an actual host?
Guy loses detail while giving take. Yeah.
But usually they double down. And then, like,
so you don't admit it?
Well, like you have said that and been like, well, Penn State are frauds. And then
I see.
would that be grifty?
That's the redirect.
Would that be grifty?
Yeah, that would just be hack. But, I'm not against it.
You have to recover. I'm kind of loses focus and looks at old text guy.
Yeah.
Have you boys seen the pizza slice throw from Fenway in 2013?
No.
Maybe it is excellent. I'm like,
what
context?
Is this? I don't know what we're talking about right now.
It was during Ed Herman, I think. So we were talking about people getting hit by balls. It says, have you boys seen the pizza slice throw from Fenway 2013? Maybe. It is excellent. I'm going to go back and see.
Well, we'll look for that.
I'm the guy who goes back random texters. But the same person told dumbass Piddles that pie yesterday, that pies cool down. What the hell? Because you don't like hot fruit.
Right.
More cooked. It's cooked fruit. I don't like.
Okay, well, wait till it cools down, then eat it.
Okay.
It'd still be cooked.
And you could eat it in a brand new kitchen from Collier & Thompson.
There you go.
Wow. We're talking about rankings. Collier & Thompson is ranked #1 in both the AP and the coaches poll when it comes to a company that can turn your house into a showplace. Collier & Thompson does kitchens and bathrooms. They do basements. They'll finish your basement for you. They do wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls. They'll knock out walls on the first floor to open it all up. They just do everything, and they do it better than anyone else. The owners there are Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati. They've been around for more than 20 years at that company. The entire business has been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 160 years of experience doing this exact thing. So if you want people that have done it before, experienced carpenters and plumbers and electricians, this is where you go to have it done right. Collier & Thompson, not the cheapest place in town, not the most expensive either. They're right there in that sweet spot where you know you are going to get a quality product and have it done right the first time. You might only rehab your house maybe once while you're living there, twice tops. So you might as well get it done right. It'll add a great value to your home. It's just a wonderful investment. If you're looking for a Christmas gift, how would the wife like that if you redid their whole kitchen? They would love it. And Collier & Thompson would love to do it for you. You ought to go to their website, look at some of the before and after pictures, and see some of the fantastic work that they can do. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, Torch Award for ethics in the business. It's just the place to go if you want to get your house done and make it look like a show place. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Jackson's Awful Dossier is in the YouTube chat, and he says, I'm shocked the Gen Z Libby who hates widow puppies doesn't like cooked fruit. That's from Jackson's Awful Dossier in the YouTube. He didn't say insufferable.
Yeah, it's brutal. That's just not my thing. It's not my thing. That's what's great about this country is you don't have to agree on everything.
And even pumpkin pie is out because that's a fruit.
No, I tried that the other day, and I did really enjoy that.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, but I like that feels closer to like a key lime pie cheesecake thing.
At 25 or 6?
26 bills,
You just now had
Man
your first taste of pumpkin pie?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What did you have at Thanksgiving?
What do you mean?
For dessert. For dessert.
Wait, hold on. Where did you get lost in the question?
So I don't have pumpkin pie, so I will go hungry? No.
What
for
did you
dessert,
eat at Thanksgiving as a kid?
Like for dessert?
Yeah,
that's right.
What do you mean? Because I would say turkey and all that.
Jackson's going to fight somebody.
Pumpkin pie is the traditional dessert at Thanksgiving.
Did you have candy bars? What did you eat for dessert at Thanksgiving?
We'd always have cookies from Flora Bakery, but that closed. So, I guess I just would eat a lot more turkey. My brother always was like, dessert is having like more of Thanksgiving food. Like that's the real dessert. So I kind of followed his lead on that. But now I'm going to enjoy pumpkin pie because I didn't have it with the whipped cream, and I think that's going to add another layer to the flavor. Good, so I'm looking forward to it. I enjoyed it.
Okay, good. Yeah,
I like a good pumpkin pie concrete.
That sounds good.
That's a good. It's a good treat.
Yeah.
Everything pumpkin is.
Yeah,
I like that latte.
I'm getting more into it. It tastes like fall. It's like a lot of cinnamon. I feel like cinnamon is the dominating flavor in that, and I like cinnamon. So
Jackie, I'm going to bring you some pumpkin muffins this week.
How about that?
Anti-muffin, honestly.
Oh.
Anti-muffin, anti-dog, anti-muffin, anti-pumpkin, and anti-America.
You got a lot of rules.
In terms of baked goods, bagels and donuts. Those are the kings.
I've got some audio for you in mind, and it's Bernard Goldberg, HBO, Real Sports, and the whole piece was about Monday Night Football. And they play that iconic opening, like dun 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 dun, and his opening line, Bernard Goldberg says, "If you don't recognize this music, you might be a communist." that's how the piece begins, and I think we might need that as a Jackie drop.
Good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll take a look for that.
You're welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line, call in Collier & Thompson. Phone lines, 314-974-0101, and email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And you can live stream anytime you would like via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. It's all there for you. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt answering the calls and the Collier & Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you wanted some Oakland funk? You got it.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big funk guy.
What do we got here, Jackson?
Oh, just a little instrumental. Haunting a little.
It's kind of low energy.
Kind of running away. It's going to dead stop here in just about a second.
Oh, dead stop. I like a dead stop. I followed Kevin at the Lake yesterday on Twitter. He tweeted at me about the NFL discussion we had. And I looked at Kevin at the Lake, and he had 0 followers.
Uh-oh.
And I felt...
Jackson, what does that tell you?
Bot.
I don't think... You think that's a bot?
Bot's
you think
the wrong
that's
word.
Created somewhere? And
Bot's the wrong word. Burner is the better word.
And there's a difference between a burner and a bot.
Burner has like a real person attached to it.
Burner and bots.
Bot is like something...
Is that Rich Gould talking burners and bots?
It was Rich Gould and Mike Greenberg if they had a baby. That's sort of what came out. Burner and bots. No, it said Kevin at the Lake. He tweeted at me about the NFL. He said there's 2 doubleheaders on Fox coming up. And I said, I understand. My point is still the same. If we could show a doubleheader every week, we would. Some weeks CBS and Fox both have them. I don't know why. And he said Kevin at the Lake. And I looked at his account. And I think it's accurate. And it just said 0 followers. I felt bad. So I hopped on.
So you're his first follower.
That's the story is that I'm now his follower. I just thought I'd play ball, help him out. So Kevin at the Lake, welcome to the Alliance.
I will put pumpkin pie on my hole while Kai is eating. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. That's Jackson's buddy, Sweet Sweet Kai, who cuts fairways at a golf course in Martha's Vineyard, I believe is where he is.
I don't know if he's working on the course at the Vineyard this winter, but he's definitely going to be there all winter.
He seems to be the object of the recovering alcoholics' interest.
Affection.
Is that? Do they know each other?
I don't think they've ever met. But does anyone really know anybody?
Think about that.
Does anybody really know anybody?
Martin, bail on the Alliance. Cousin John, sell the stock while you still can.
Does anyone ever
Well, that has changed radically in baseball. Every general manager is involved, probably more so than they should. Okay? The whole motivation of the Yankees is to get to the bullpen. That's all they think about, getting to the bullpen. So as soon as CeCe gets past the 5th inning, and he almost got pulled, he was 1 batter from being removed in the 3rd. If Ramirez had gotten a hit in the 3rd, he would have been out of the game in the 3rd inning. I mean, in the 2nd inning, he would have been out of the game. The Chapman thing is going to be a very big problem inside that team. What he did, he should be quiet. He hasn't even done a job this year. Yeah. Okay? I mean, that's the kind of thing that it's apart.
That's Mike Francesa calling into WFAN and having a bit of an issue with his phone.
Was he being sabotaged by someone?
No, but the hosts on the show were so petrified by him that they didn't have the balls to say, hey, man, your phone's not working. So they just kept going with the whole interview.
Is there any chance you could call back on another line?
That was like legend status, Francesa. So they were too scared to say, "Hey, Mike, call back in. Your phone's not working."
Martin Morrison was wacko. Wants you to know that Kai is a pegboard for his fiance.
A pegboard?
Damn. Oh. That's not the case, Martin.
Would love to host the recovering alcoholic on the island this winter. I'll supply the pumpkin pie and whipped cream that we can use as lubricant. That's from Sweet Sweet Kai. So he's inviting him. He's inviting him up, and that's a gentlemanly thing to do. And you are also welcome to partake in the conversation, whether it be in the YouTube chat. Kevin at the Lake, it's not too late to leave the Alliance, Don Pepe says. So Don Pepe wants Kevin at the Lake to leave Martin and Jackson's Alliance.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Well, we do.
Don Pepe kind of runs things, too. I wouldn't cross the Don.
Probably something I didn't do, but I'll be being blamed. What the hell?
Do you feel like you're getting too much of the business?
It's part of the game. That's what the money's for?
That's right. That's what they say.
It tastes like tongue.
Did you say it's part of the GIMP?
It's part of the GIMP. Sometimes I feel like I'm the GIMP being dragged out. But that's okay. Bad ending for the GIMP.
Is it?
That's a matter of opinion. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email the day, and you're welcome to partake in the program via the chat, via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and, of course, also by texting or calling in, emailing in, YouTube chat, all of these different ways to partake in the program. Munganest is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on the program. Here's a number that you can jot down, 314-252-0029. It's Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkett, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And that's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. If you are looking to buy or lease a new or pre-owned vehicle, you can work with them. That's who I work with, and it's who I recommend you work with as well. And then Ryan Seiberg in the service department. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and they are as accessible as the day is long to our audience. 314-252-0029. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, do you hear buzzes?
I heard a buzz. I sure did.
And you can call in Collier and Thompson phone lines and partake in the program. 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt handling the phone calls. Now, Jackson, you have an angle here on the story that we have with your favorite program inside the NBA?
Well, there's a chance that
for heaven's sakes.
A chance that inside the NBA is going to make the move over to ESPN. That's what's being reported right now. Is that they could ESPN is likely to buy the rights. I'm pulling up the story right now
for the pregame show. So TNT would lose the rights to NBA games, but then the pregame show, the popular one with Barkley, Kenny Smith, could be free agents as a pre- and post-game show.
So on Monday, ESPN confirmed reports that it will take over broadcast rights for the show around its coverage of the NBA when the league new 11-year media rights deal kicks off next year. It also filled in details that weren't clear from reports, most notably when fans will be able to watch Ernie, Chuck, Shaq, and Kenny talk basketball. Per ESPN, TNT Sports will continue to produce Inside the NBA and license it for broadcast on ESPN and ABC despite losing its longtime rights to broadcast NBA games. So, the way, like, when you thought about, like, Ernie Johnson probably would never leave Turner, but if Turner's still kind of running it, then you might be able to still have it while it just be broadcast on a different network, which I think would be awesome because I think it's the best pre- and post-game show going. I think it's a lot of fun.
So they could lose the NBA rights, but if you love that show, you'd still see it, but on ESPN.
Right.
What does Charles Barkley think about that?
Well, Chuck has several times talked about possibly going over to ESPN, most famously on Inside the NBA, to much hilarity.
Curry with
this was from like 2018.
Oh, so it's new. 2018. It's on today's list.
Curry with 21, Durant 39.
Why don't you go to ESPN and then I can not talk to you?
You're not going to work me like a dog and not pay me.
Four straight wins for Golden State.
Wait. Why wouldn't you go to ESPN? Why wouldn't you go to ESPN?
You're not going to work me like a dog and not pay me.
I'm just saying.
The things that happen on this show.
ESPN 1, 2, 3,
You know what?
ESPN News, ESPN U, ESPN Radio, and then come up with that little puny stick.
Nothing.
You wake up.
I'm telling you.
Nothing good happens after 1:15 in the morning.
ESPN Deportes. They have me on ESPN Deportes say, muy bien, gracias.
So it's fair to say that Chuck has some less than great opinions on the work culture at ESPN.
He doesn't want to do the ESPNU, the Deportes, the Gracias, doesn't want to do all the shows.
Right.
It's almost as if he's saying they're analysts. Let's just hypothetically say like football analysts. Let's just hypothetically, like Dan Orlovsky or Jeff Saturday, seem to be on your TV all day long.
Jeff Saturday is up over your shoulder as we speak. Martin. And he's in the middle of Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith arguing about the Dallas Cowboys.
Jeez, that's like ESPN Mad Libs right there. Like, it really is.
So they have to spend 8 to 10 hours a day just dropping in on all kinds of shows, spreading hot takes.
The topic is, how do you feel about the Cowboys right now?
Okay. Probably not good, if I had to guess. I don't want to give them the answer, but probably not good.
I feel like with this, like, it'll be different than, like, Orlovsky's all over, like you said, Martin, everywhere on ESPN's properties. But, like, because this is such, like, a licensing deal, and since they brought over McAfee, I kind of feel like he kind of broke down a little bit of, like, what can they say? Is the show going to be, like, can the show still be the same if they're on, a Disney product? But when Pat McAfee went over there, I think that kind of changed up how people might perceive the move. I don't know if you guys think differently, but I just think that with McAfee going over there, it would make sense to me for ESPN to try to grab onto that and TNT to continue.
Oh, you're
to
talking
do
about
so.
I'm sorry, I got lost. So you're going back to the original. I thought we were making fun of hosts on ESPN. You're saying it makes sense for them to do a licensing agreement to bring Chuck and Kenny and those guys.
Right.
Much like McAfee.
Yes, so what I believe is under a similar, if not the same kind of deal.
Would Dan Orlovsky be on the Inside the NBA show?
Probably get made fun of.
Okay, and Rich Gould would tell him to piss up a rope.
Stephen A. Smith was one of those guys who appeared on all kinds of shows, right? And now he's a household name making $16, $18 million a year.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why they do it, I guess.
I don't know when First Take started, like when that panel show with him and Skip Bayless started. I know he was a columnist before that, but I guess he was just like all over the place with ESPN before he got that gig. Now he's all over the place.
He had his own show for a while. Was it Strictly Speaking? Or he'd always do the however. And he had Mike Martz on right after he got fired. And Mike Martz is in studio with Stephen A. And they put up on the screen a quote from a Brian Burwell column. And it says, Mike Martz is a brilliant offensive mind. He's the creator of the greatest. And they cut to the set, and Martz is kind of smiling, like, thanks, Brian. And Stephen A. says, however, the column continues. And then they put up a quote. And it said, like, he needed to be fired. It had run its course or whatever. They came out, and he said, that's not very nice. He did a however on it. But that show would have been called something like Stephen A. Strictly Speaking, or I don't know what the name of that. But he had his own show for a little bit on ESPN. Fun facts.
This would also allow Inside the NBA for the first time in their history to cover the finals, because the finals have never been a TNT product. It's always been an ESPN product. So they would get a chance to be at the finals. They've actually done a lot of NBA TV stuff during that time, which sucks. So I think this could be great. I hope everything goes.
Okay, that's enough NBA chatter.
Okay.
That's enough NBA chatter.
Doug, do you feel like
about
he's trying
the
to
pre- and
groom us?
post-game shows?
Were you reading a text, or was that just you, Doug?
Just me.
Channeling the audience, perhaps? How about the Dodgers say they'll talk to Juan Soto? Ooh. Yeah. So now the Red Sox have expressed interest. The Yankees want him back. And then Mark Feinsand wrote there could be a mystery team. Tim, there's
Cardinals.
always... We can't rule it out. There's always a mystery team
lurking in the off season. Yes, I would imagine the Cardinals would probably not fall into that category in the 2024 off season of discontent here. Mentality is online at lowtusa.com. That's Mentality at lowtusa.com. If you're feeling like you've lost your edge, if your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality, unlike online services. Mentality offers in-person consultations with board-certified physicians who've treated over 25,000 men. It's FDA-approved treatments, safe, effective, and tailored to your specific needs. Mentality's treatments help you regain energy, boost mental clarity, and enhance your overall performance. It's Mentality, St. Louis based. If you're feeling like you've lost your edge, if your energy, focus, or drive isn't what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. It's 9:16 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN. We are in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. We welcome you to participate in the show. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Larry Nickel is on, Doug, and you wanted to get recapped on what took place last night in professional wrestling.
Oh, I forgot about that. Well, hello, Nixie.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Well, not much. Larry, how are you?
I'm doing great.
All right. Well, what happened on the presentation last night that we need to be updated on?
Well, once again, there was a match for the Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship between current champion Braun Breaker and the And one of the first people I interviewed twice for this fine presentation, Sheamus. And, of course, Vaughn Breaker won the match by disqualification.
Okay.
Because Ludwig Kaiser interfered and attacked Sheamus.
Mm-hmm.
That means only one thing. You cannot win a title on count-out or disqualification, so Vaughn Breaker remains the Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion.
Okay. Were you surprised to see that? Was that an upset?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anything else happen of note?
Well, there's a week from this coming Saturday, that's Gullible being this Saturday. Next Saturday is Survivor Series in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And early on, the Survivor Series was a bunch of 5-on-5 on tag team competition, 10-on-10 elimination matches, and the winning team has X amount of people who survive. But as of late, they've been having a match that took place in the old NWA era called War Games. So they're having 2 War Games matches, one for the men and one for the women. They already announced who is going to be in the women's War Games match. On one side, you're going to have the women's world champion, Liv Morgan, her bodyguard, Raquel Rodriguez, Tiffany Stratton, Candice LeRae, and the WWE Women's Champion, Nia Jax.
Okay.
And the opposing team...
Oh, brother. Well, there's a lot of information here. Is there a quiz later?
No. And on the other side are the current reigning defending WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair, Io Sky, who is the current #1 contender to Liv Morgan's Women's World Title, and Rhea Ripley.
Okay. Sounds almost like too much violence.
To you, it's too much violence, Doug.
Mm-hmm. But you enjoy it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay then. Top 5 countries,
Thanks
perhaps?
for asking, Doug.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. I figured I'd step in.
Can we guess ahead of time, or do you have a...
Canada's usually 2 and the United States is number 1.
Okay.
Jolly old England 3.
Last week we had a lot of southern...
Chile sometimes
South
gets
America.
in there.
Yeah, had a big week.
I feel like you're going to go European this week.
Okay, number 5, Australia.
Okay. Oceania. We're in the Oceania region.
Number 4, Mexico.
Okay.
Number 3, Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Oh, there it is. Oh,
All right.
Unbelievable.
It's a nice list.
Thank you.
It's like good travel ideas, too.
Mm-hmm.
Brazil, Australia, Mexico.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America. I hope to see you guys this Saturday at Cowboy Bowl.
There it is.
All right, thank you,
Gobble
Nixie.
Bowl, Iggy's traditional Megan Meyer Foundation event, Doug, this Saturday at St. Charles Lanes.
Yeah, that's always a fun event. He does a great job with that.
He does.
Raises an awful lot of money.
Absolutely.
Works very hard all year.
Anti-cyberbullying event, Gobble Bowl, and Larry Nickel always is holding court. Get involved on the program if you would like.
Even if you don't like, if you wouldn't like to,
feel free and get involved in the program. If the Dodgers get Soto, how is that not a problem for the game of baseball? I guess we're talking about now the payroll conversation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it could possibly be a problem. It won't be a problem for the Dodgers, but it'll be a problem for everybody else.
You can't win the World Series on paper, Doug.
As good as they were this year, as many superstars as they have, they were still a game or two from being bounced out of the playoffs early. So it's not automatic.
Down 2-1 to the Padres.
Yeah, it's not automatic that they win just because they sign all these guys. But it is a problem for the overall competitive balance when a whole bunch of teams have no chance at all to compete.
You'd have Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, and Juan. It was an old Onion headline where it said Yankees signed every free agent in one of the offseason. This would be the equivalent of that. Gosh.
And they didn't have Ohtani pitching last year. Forget that he's one of the best pitchers in the game,
and they
too.
had most of their pitchers hurt, too. Keep that in mind, in addition to the conversation on the offense. I don't think it'll spur anything because MLBPA is not going to allow for there to be a salary cap. That's a non-starter.
So do you think the spending discrepancy is going to continue to widen, where the big dogs continue the big dog and the little dogs spend less and less every year? Like, can Pittsburgh just keep doing what they're doing and call themselves a Major League Baseball franchise when the Dodgers might sign Juan Soto?
Well, what would you do if you were the Pirates owner?
That's
you just hang in as best you could.
But therein lies the rub. Because, like, you're the Pirates. You know you can't spend near that. You can't be competitive, and on paper at least.
But they get money. They get that revenue stream, and the Pirates actually make money every year. And for some of the MLB, the Cardinals were always in that purgatory where for a while they were paying in, and teams like the Pirates were cashing checks for not being good or for not spending. Yeah. There is a sort of industry imbalance that I think they have to address. I mean, why is the NFL product so good? Because every game, most games, are close or competitive. And I think baseball is trending in a really dangerous direction where you are going to just have superpower teams, and then you're going to have a bunch of the Pirates say, oh, we'll just cash all your welfare checks. We'll make money even though the team's terrible. And they've been content doing that for a while.
It wouldn't bother me some year if the owners just said, all right, that's enough. You can go on strike for a year, 2 years, whatever it takes. We're just not paying this kind of money anymore. We'll set up a salary cap and a salary floor, and you go ahead and be on strike for a year. We won't play for a year, and we'll get this thing straightened out.
Well, the Reds are not a big market team, and I saw yesterday Nick Martinez took the option that was available to him for like $21 million. They said after his breakthrough year, he was like 10-3. He got 10 wins. He had like an ERA around 3, and they said his breakthrough year, he picked up his own option for $21 million. That's what you get, Doug. 10 wins to get you $21 million.
Well, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that the owners have to do this at some point.
But then you run to the issue of if baseball's gone for a year or longer, will people start to not care about the fact that it is gone?
Maybe, but some of the owners might be better off not having a season than paying $200 million payrolls. They may be better off not playing.
Well, it's a sport at the moment that if you were to set the World Series odds across the board, you can cut out half the teams right out of the gate.
Right.
And I don't think you have that in any other sport as far as professional sports go. You know that. Like, I mean, I can take half the teams and say, I'll bet you right now that they're not going to be winning the World Series. So that's a problem. But at the same time, the cap and the floor is a non-starter. So the reality is, as much as maybe fans may like it, if you're a fan of a team other than the Dodgers or Yankees or Mets, it's not necessarily going to be solved.
Well, it's a non-starter for now, but if there's no season, if they go a year without a season, it might be a starter. The players might at that point say, well, I guess they're really serious about it now. Because, careers don't last forever, and if you're in the middle of your big money earning years, how many years you want to sit out? Because it's just not going to work this way. It doesn't seem sustainable.
I think Jackson's right, though. At this point, baseball, you can't have a strike. You can't have. So can they work it out amongst themselves? I don't know. But I do think that, where's Juan Soto going to go? Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, Red Sox, right? What's the mystery team? It's not the Marlins. It's not the Tigers. He's on a plane to Toronto right now. I mean, the Rangers, I guess, have money, and they're kind of a quiet, big market team. But no, I mean, where's Juan Soto going to end up? You already know the 3 or 4 teams where it's most likely to happen.
But then the opposite thing is where this World Series, where you had Yankees-Dodgers, was like one of their best-watched World Series in a long time. So with the big money teams draw in a lot more national attention, do you favor competitiveness across the board?
Yes.
Or massive World Series where you have stars going up against stars?
I favor a competitive balance.
Do too. I do too, but what does Major League Baseball in their pockets favor? That's, I guess, the question.
Well, but if you have so many teams that aren't competitive and they aren't drawing, and they start drawing 9,000, 10,000 fans a game, and the TV rights go down because of that doesn't help the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Just because you have a highly rated World Series doesn't necessarily mean it's a healthier product.
Just playing devil's advocate on the source of Rob Manfred. I like to be the conduit for Rob Manfred on the show.
Is that part of the alliance part?
Awards week rolls on tonight. The manager of the year. What if Mike Schild wins? Well, that set off the old Cardinal. It's been a quiet offseason.
That'll get him going.
What did Joe Buck win with the hot stove? He's trying to get the gas fire burning, and there was nothing doing with the Cardinals. And the slogan we workshopped for this year was sitting this one out. But if Mike Schild happened to win Manager of the Year tonight, get ready. Phone lines will be wide open.
Is he the favorite to win the National League Manager
I don't think
of the
he's
Year?
the favorite. I think a lot of people say that Murphy in Milwaukee. I don't know if he's the favorite, but he is a candidate.
Yeah.
We'll find that out later. You know what we'll do? We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But if he does win, you can expect Cardinal fans to get all up in a tither.
Yeah. Yeah.
The AL one would be the Royals guy, right? Don't you think? Matt Q. I can never pronounce his last name.
Quattaro?
It looks like Quattaro.
Sounds right.
When
Matty Q. Matty Q.
Surprise line?
City. Matty Q on the surprise line.
Guys, Soto plays for money and not for the fans. We don't want him. That's from Larry Thornton.
God, I would love Juan Soto on the Cardinals. Oh, my God. That would be so awesome. If he signed like a 10-year deal and you knew for the next decade you could go down Busch Stadium and watch Childish Bambino.
You like that? You like that?
I don't like the name. I don't like that name.
You like that name? It's a wonderful name. Childish Bambino.
That's his nickname.
You know how the Cardinals will do things that surprise you, and you'll say, "Boy, that doesn't really make sense." What if they signed Juan Soto? And you're like,
"That would be the weirdest
total redirect."
Yeah, like it doesn't fit anything you've told us. Like, yeah, we read it on a few message boards. We thought it would be kind of fun.
That would be the weirdest. I would like. There's like no way I would believe the tweet if the Cardinals tweeted that out that we've signed Juan Soto.
Twist.
There's no possible way.
And Mo just comes on all the shows. Says, "Gotcha."
And he's not really quitting. He's not really stepping down either.
He's going to remain in power. You can email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today comes your way at 10:45. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
If you don't like the rate on your auto loan, looking to refinance that loan, or you're in the market right now for a new vehicle, a used vehicle, hybrid, electric car out there on the market looking for a new car, and you want to get a great rate, go to Together Credit Union. They offer competitive interest rates, flexible terms that other lenders in St. Louis don't have. Plus, no application fees. Applying for an auto loan with Together Credit Union is easy. Complete that application online. Visit one of their 14 area locations, Together Credit Union. You can do that auto loan at the dealership in addition to stopping by one of those locations. So 3 options: online, in person at one of the 14 area Together Credit Unions, or at the dealership, because Together Credit Union is partnered with auto dealerships throughout the area, throughout this metro, to ensure you get the rate you deserve to help you get a car that is affordable. You can visit togethercu.org for full details. All the terms are online at togethercu.org. Together Credit Union, helping you get that new vehicle and get a great rate. You can do it right now by going online. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Bucks escaped with a win last night, 101-100. Damian Lillard with a last-second bucket, but Brooke Lopez turned back the clock with 27 points and 10 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
How about that, Doug?
Very nice.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour here on 101 and the TMA STL YouTube. That is how you can interact with the Friends of the Feather in the chat or by calling in or emailing into the show. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can listen via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Blues and Wild this evening. Doug, the Spittin' Chicklets podcast is an all-timer. And Jackson, you somehow were listening to the Spittin' Chicklets podcast?
I follow them on TikTok. I find I can handle it. Very bite-sized.
Now, hold on a second. You can handle it. What does that mean?
Well, usually it's not really my thing. I will say I like the hockey stories, hockey guys, the hockey culture. I think it's cool. I enjoy.
It's the game you despise?
The gameplay itself is where that stops for me.
Why don't you go with Timmy tonight to the game?
Yeah, maybe you'll like it.
Well, Cavs are playing the Celtics, and it's going to kind of be the game of the year. NBA Cup.
Year.
Wow. You'd rather sit you don't care about Jordan Binnington tying Mike Liud?
I have to be honest here. Like, there's not much that's going to prime me from my television set to watch.
Oh, you could record the basketball game, go to the Blues game, come home and watch basketball on video.
TiVo, the boop. Not doing that.
I think he just got old shamed.
What was that?
Recording a game? First of all, I don't have cable, so that's not.
You can't record a game?
I probably could go back and watch it.
You think that's old school to record a show on TV?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't record anything?
Well, okay, so like say I miss a show. It's available to stream. Like if I missed an NBC show, I could go watch it on Peacock. Like I miss SNL, I can go watch SNL on Peacock.
But how about this game?
I want to watch it live when it's happening.
But I'm saying you don't have. I want you to go to the Blues game. Be a St. Louis.
I go to bed at 11. No shot. I'm like people go Binner. I'll be rooting, but I won't be watching
via the score app.
Yeah. My alliance is with the Blues.
Is it really? I don't know if the Blues feel like it's being.
It doesn't have to be mutual. It can be a one-sided alliance.
It was real convincing.
I'm Team Blue.
All right, so you're able to take hockey when you listen to the Spittin' Chicklets podcast via the little clips from the TikTok account. That's what you're telling me.
I enjoy the Spittin' Chicklets guys.
Because I was surprised to see this on the dossier. And I didn't think that Doug or Martin would have observed it either. So you were the one that got the Spittin' Chicklets audio.
I figured if I'm going to have 2 clips about inside the NBA, I should have 1 hockey clip. I feel like that's right. Okay. I feel like that's fair and balanced.
All right, fair enough. This is from Spittin' Chicklets. And what do we have here, Jackson?
Roberto, I knew you were setting me out.
What?
Luongo?
Luongo is a great goalie.
Okay, so I nailed it.
Doug, you call him Sweet, Sweet Bobby Lou.
Yeah, well, I always have.
Roberto Luongo, who played for the Canucks.
The Panthers?
Yeah. And then the Islanders. He was on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast talking about his pregame routine.
Doug, Julian Tavares used to wet himself before throwing bullpen sessions for the Cardinals. Let's see what Sweet, Sweet Bobby Lou had to say on Spittin' Chicklets.
Were you pooping as much with the Islanders as you were with Vancouver?
Yeah, that's a stay. That doesn't never change.
Yeah, it said you like 35 times a day.
No, game day, I have a certain routine that I like to follow.
What, like drink laxative?
Your ass, maybe clean it all out. The rink till we got on the ice. He was on the can.
No, seriously, there was like on average, I'd go 5 to 6 times a day on game day.
So was it a nerves thing that was pushing it out?
Yeah, it's pretty much what it was. I mean, I always play nervous. I mean, that's just even it was like preseason games. I'd still be nervous, even like my last year of my career. Like it's just who I was, right? And then that led to some stomach issues once in the playoffs.
Okay, so when you go down the tunnel, that was because of that?
I think it came out. Pretty much everybody knows.
The Canucks fans are just panicking. What happened?
Oh, yeah.
I just had to poop.
He left a game to poop?
That's what he said in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Did that happen to Bobby Hurley in an NCAA tournament game?
It definitely happened to Paul Pierce.
I guess so. So they were sick going in.
Sick? I don't know. Just kind of an upset stomach.
Must have had something going on internally before the game ever started.
Well, you had that before every sportscast, right?
I
You
did
get
not.
so nervous.
Did not happen.
Did Skversky?
No. The skipper was fine.
Okay. I think Loaga was saying it was nerves, like day of the game, just kind of upset stomach, and it was.
But every time,
I guess.
Gosh, and he played for years. You would think he'd get over that at some point.
Yeah,
it's like Glenn Hall used to throw up before every game. He was so nervous.
Remember Marshall Faulk throwing up on the field at Arrowhead Stadium?
Yeah.
But I can't imagine that was nerves.
I doubt.
No, he probably got hit in the stomach or something.
Or ate McDonald's for breakfast.
Why does Jackson only talk in questions when he talks hockey? That's from Marsh's burner.
Because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, that was definitive right there.
Yes, that I don't have to question. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'd never heard of this gentleman before that clip.
No.
Still don't really know much about him.
Well, that's okay.
You said goalkeeper. That was the first. I thought he was a forward.
No, he wasn't.
I did not know about the gentleman.
Guys, didn't Justin Rose drop heat at Belle Reve? That's from the 314.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they caught him accidentally.
Oh, no.
Running
During the middle of the round?
Yeah. Doug, was that in between the 2 and 3 tee box?
I don't know where it was.
And he went bolting after making a putt on 2 into the tent. And then the players were looking for him for a few minutes as they waited to tee off on 3.
He didn't take anything to read or anything, did he?
I think he had a Live magazine with him.
If he did, that's a recrecreational. Get yourself regular.
With a tushy boot. Hey.
Josh Allen throws up before every game. That's from the 314.
So I've heard that. I've heard like performers talking about that. Do you think they're pulling the trigger, or do you think they're naturally throwing up? I think
they're making themselves throw up is what you're asking.
Yeah, retching. I think they're retching.
Retching.
Pulling the trigger. Did you invent that, or is
no?
God,
no. That's I guess that's a Gen Z term. Chairman Kerr, have you ever heard that term?
I have not.
Pulling trig. Yeah, so it's not something you should do. But
no, it's
if you
bad
have
for
to if you have to let the devil out, if you've had a long night and you need to let the devil out.
Are these athletes letting the devil out?
Well, so that's what I'm at. Like, are these people naturally throwing up, or are they taking their magic finger and
their magic finger?
Which one's the magic finger? No, I don't.
Right.
Let me show you mine.
Right pointer meet uvula. Next thing you know, you've let the devil out.
Right pointer meet uvula, and now you've let the devil out.
It's very bad for you to have that
100%.
stomach acid to come back up.
It's not good. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not something. But like, if you've had a long night of drinking, and I've had this once or twice in my life, where you kind of know that you're going to end up.
Oh, you got the spinners.
You get the spins. You get the spins, and you know eventually you're going to throw up. Why not? Why delay the inevitable and just.
Yeah. Well, in that case, yes. But if it's just you're nervous before a game, I think it would be a bad thing to do.
Right. But I'm asking, like, are these people, I don't know, nobody here knows the answer, but do you think these people are just naturally throwing up from nerves, or are they pulling trigger?
Morning, guys. I take a Mad magazine into Hot Shots before every Dart League night and pull an upper decker on the road.
Oh.
The pressure is just too much at Dart League. That's from Not the Happy Days Potsy.
Gosh.
Most restaurant bathrooms don't even have the upper deck.
Back-to-back Hot Shots text. What are the chances? I was in the Pissa at Hot Shots after the wing eating contest a few years ago when Gareth came running in to deposit a brown eel. Same night Buck Swope got into it with the professional dart player. That's from Al in Dadeville. Back-to-back Hot Shots Dart League text.
Couldn't have been the same night.
That would have paid 1,000 to 1 minimum.
Wasn't the same night.
Did Gareth do the contest?
He did.
Okay,
He went
I
up
remember
against
His buddy Gareth, Martin, have you had a chance to meet him since you guys are in Alliance?
I've not met Gareth.
He's from South Africa.
He is.
How do you know him?
I went to college with him. He grew up in Chicago.
Colts guy, right?
Big Colts guy.
Yeah, with Henshin.
He loves Brian Henshin. That's his favorite media guy.
Did he pick Mizzou because of the uniforms? Is that why?
No, he didn't end up finishing at Mizzou.
Oh.
Sorry,
Is
Gary.
that Darts Hoosier the guy who tried to fight Buck?
Oh, gosh.
Whoa. Fight Buck Swope.
We got McAfee over here.
Does he drop F-bombs?
Yes. I don't get how that happens.
Well, I think he's allowed to.
Right, but I don't know, I guess the FCC is different for cable channels?
I think it's the podcast rule, and they kind of ingratiated it. No,
okay.
I believe this is a different gentleman. We had the Darts League going on with Buck Swope, and he was trying to pass through, and then they started to argue with him, and then Buck Swope got into it with the Darts League guy. Different night, different Dart League competitor. Ann Young, that's Free Perk, and that's Brian Henshin, who is expressing his support for Jackson's buddy Gareth. Every year on the way to deer hunting in Carbondale, I still drop a Brown Mamba at the Circle K in Murfreesboro?
No.
Doug, why are people sharing these?
I thought you loved tradition.
I
thought you loved tradition. If he does it every time, then it becomes tradition.
The tradition should be take care of that at home. Get yourself regular. Have some fiber.
But if you're doing it at the same time, then you are regular.
This is all because Jackson went watching the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. Who would have thought?
I like those. They do a really good thing, the Sandbaggers Invitational, where it's just them playing golf with former NHLers.
So now you're on board.
Yeah, I really like the one with Sid the Kid. You get some nice. I think if the best place for an interview kind of is the golf course in a way, because you kind of just hang out and a little distraction playing golf. It's nice. I liked it.
Gareth is taking shrapnel. Chicago people who go to Mizzou are the dumbs who can't get into Illinois colleges. It says a lot.
A lot of my friends.
That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Are from Chicago?
Yeah. All my friends from college are either from St. Louis, Chicago, or Memphis.
Mizzou is kind of the it place to go for the Chicago crowd there for a few years. I'm not sure why. But
I thought there was some kind of tuition.
Yes, you can get in-state tuition if you're from Illinois or anywhere, really. If you, for a summer live, establish residence in Missouri and make a certain amount of money working, then you can establish residence and then get in-state tuition at Mizzou. So a lot of my friends from Chicago would stay the summer, either their freshman or sophomore year, to get in-state tuition.
We did not have that in the 1990s.
So I'm sure that
a lot of people went to Kansas in the 1990s from the St. Louis area, and I don't think as many do now. Now it's a lot of Arkansas, Alabama, Ole Miss.
Yeah.
But I think that's come with Missouri going into the SEC.
I like the dumbs. That's a.
I'd rather go to Mizzou than if you're not a really super serious student, you're really trying to aspire for something. I've been to both U of I's campus and Mizzou's campus, obviously, and I would have a lot more fun at Mizzou's than U of I's.
Of course, your friends are all from Chicago. That's where the commies originate. That's the Warson Woods wacko, and he is just coming after.
Any angle you can spin it.
You want a piece of the Warson Woods wacko now as well.
It's just it's a little hack tired, but what do I know? It's
hack tired.
Cats and dogs. I don't know. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm the one who needs to look inward.
Yeah, Schaefer Door Company is the place where you can go to get your garage door springs taken care of. They are the app sponsor here on TMA. The spelling of the name Schaefer is SCHAEF. ERdoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That number is set up specifically for TMA listeners. It's going to get the quickest response time. They're online at SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608 and work with Jason Gossrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA STL app. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt here as well. Martin has a thing at 10 o'clock, but at 10:45 we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and you can send yours in. And what a showdown we have this month here. Doug, how many emails of the day do we have left in the month?
I don't know.
8? Does 8 sound right?
I think that could very well be it. And Buck Swope leads the JV golf coach 5-4. Alan Dadeville, my cousin Vinny, tied at 1. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Comes your way at 10:45. Jackson has a series of questions in the 10 o'clock hour. It's Tuesday. What are those called?
Tuesdays with Jackson. I didn't have a name.
God, that's not
just came
terribly
up with one.
creative.
Mitch Albom's going to sue you.
Who?
Oh, man.
No. Who? I didn't hear the name.
Mitch Albom.
Mitch Albom?
Yes. Tuesdays with Maury.
You think that's like a text?
Was he a singer?
He did
karaoke one time.
Sports columnist in Detroit, and then wrote a famous book that became a movie, Tuesdays with Maury.
That's correct.
And you were saying Tuesdays with Jackson.
Which is where I assume you got the name Tuesdays with Jackson.
No, sir.
So you just came up with that name for the series of questions, and it has nothing to do with... I think Mitch Albom might litigate now, Jim.
It wasn't necessarily 3D chess. It's Tuesday, and I'm Jackson. It wasn't... I didn't really think too hard about it. Maury. Maury was the name of the gentleman with the hairpiece in Goodfellas.
He was, but that's not who Mitch Albom was spending the Tuesdays with.
Mitch Albom, not a singer.
No.
No, he's not.
Well, it sounds like a Johnny Football thing.
Oh.
And if you go back, because of an album?
Right.
ALBOM.
That's correct.
Oh.
ALBOM, Mitch Albom out of Detroit got jammed up because he pretended to be at a NCAA basketball game in St. Louis. And he hated our town so much he didn't come here, but wrote the column as if he was in St. Louis.
Brian Williams.
And then he got caught. Isn't that random?
That was a very odd demise for Mitch Albom.
Was that the end, you think, of his
It was
celebrity?
a big thing, yeah. And I think it was kind of pre-social media, and so it didn't necessarily, but it was a thing.
So this was a sports writer who had a movie made about him?
Well, I thought I explained all this. He was a sports columnist, and then he wrote a book, Tuesdays with Maury.
That's correct, which had nothing to do with sports.
It was his, kind of like this show, it was his mentor. And so he would have these visits with the aging gentleman, and then and they wrote about these visits, and then it became a movie. But then, as a sports columnist, his real job, he was covering, I think, Michigan State, and he didn't come to the tournament game, but he wrote as if he were there, and somebody flagged him. I'm going to find out more.
Yeah, Jackson, you're going to learn about Mitch Albom today. You're going to learn.
I thought it was a movie about a sports writer. I was like, wow, we used to be a country. That's awesome.
What does that mean, Doug? We used to be a country.
We should make more movies about sports writers.
He has a new book out called The Little Liar. I can't make this up. And I'm telling you about
it. And he got busted for lying.
And I don't know what the book The Little Liar is about. Yet Mitch Albom writes that, even though he got caught one time for a little lie.
And Jackson, you're saying Tuesdays with Piddles or Tuesdays with Jackson has nothing to do with Tuesdays with Maury.
It didn't before, but it might now. No. Can I just take credit for thinking of something clever? I didn't have anything. So Tuesdays with Jackson.
Okay, it's not bad. It's all right.
Let's see later.
Mitch Albom.
He was on ESPN's The Sports Reporters, which probably predates you, although they're bringing that back, I think.
Mike Lupica would always be on.
That was,
and he's a singer.
Burwell would be on there?
No, Lupica was the author.
No, Burwell would be on there. You can't argue with me.
No, he was saying no to me because I said Lupica was a singer.
Mike, you're arguing with me on whether or not Burwell was on
Burwell was for sure on there. I remember watching that. I would honestly be like, because I used to watch SportsCenter every morning as a kid. Every single morning. And weekdays, I'd have no issue because SportsCenter.
Who's your favorite anchor pairing?
Stuart Scott.
Rich Eisen? I mean, that's who
Eisen would have been a little older for me.
Stuart Scott worked with Rich Eisen quite a bit.
It would have been Stan Verrett and Neil Everett were often the pair. They were great. They were great.
Neil Everett liked to yell.
I liked it. As a kid. But Mondays through Friday, it would always be on. But then on the weekends, it would often be Sports Reporters or Outside the Lines with Bob Lee.
Yes.
Not my favorite, always. But as a kid, I wasn't listening to...
Bob Lee takes shrapnel.
Yeah,
it's Bob Lee, Outside the Lines.
Album plagiarized.
Or Sports Reporters, a group talking was different than me as a kid who liked watching the highlights on SportsCenter. It's just different. But Mike Lupica wrote my childhood. He wrote a really great kids sports books.
Didn't producer Joe call Mike Lupica and get scolded because it was dinner time at the Lupica house?
That's correct.
He was scolded by Mike Lupica.
You can't just not pick up the phone.
So this is before texting?
This is probably pre-texting, and he asked Mike Lupica to come on the show, and Lupica yelled at producer Joe for calling him during dinner time.
My worst nightmare.
Yeah, that was an awkward conversation. All right, it is 9:55 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is our 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. It is the morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. 101 ESPN. We got breaking news here.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
This is some concert news. We're giving away tickets. Jackson?
Fog Hat is coming.
We have your shot to score a pair of tickets to Post Malone with special guest Jelly Roll on May 13th at Busch Stadium.
How about that? This concert was just announced. Mike Ryder was in during the commercial break, executive producer, telling us that it was just announced at 9 o'clock. May 13th. Post Malone and Jelly Roll, and this program is going to be giving away tickets with a trivia competition at 10:15.
Oh, absolutely!
Doug.
Now tickets go on sale next Tuesday at noon, but you can text in to this program to win free tickets at 314-399-9646. We'll be doing trivia in the 10 o'clock hour. Probably, we'll do it 10:15, 10:30, 10:20.
Doug, I got three different times.
10:15, 10:20. We'll do it there.
We'll do a trivia question, and the first person to text in the correct answer.
Now, you just found out about this concert and the fact that TMA is giving away the tickets, so you might not have a trivia question in the holster. I can tell you, Doug, when we do these on Balloon Party, oft times Jackson's trivia questions... Yep.
No. Maybe the question should be about either Jelly Roll or Post Malone. So if you know someone who would really want to go to the concert would be really into these guys, and they could handle a really tough trivia question about one or two of those.
You need to get out of here with those good ideas, because I have...
Get out of here with those good ideas.
Because that makes all the sense in the world, but now because I do have a lot of trivia questions here saved up. Okay. I have a bank of them, but I could.
So Jelly Roll, trivia. Post Malone. Post Malone fell through the stage at the Enterprise.
I was there.
That's correct.
You were at that?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I forgot that you were at that.
Keeps coming back to St. Louis.
Did you know that happened when it happened? Or
no. So when it was happening, he had talked about...
Were you making out with your date to Congratulations?
He hadn't played Congratulations yet. He was playing...
Doug, had he played Congratulations? Do you have the set list?
I don't know.
Go Flex was the song I was really excited for, but there was some guy yammering in my ear the whole time. That was annoying.
Were you taking calls?
I just felt like
at
it.
The show?
He kept tapping me and pointing to the stage. I was like, I'm looking at the stage, brother.
Who is this guy?
Just some drunkard.
Oatmeal?
This was Private Citizen Pete. So he kept tapping you on the shoulder to point at the stage.
He kept elbowing me, nudging me in the side and pointing at the stage like I was looking at something else. I'm aware of Post Malone's
How
on
sketched out was he?
Oh, 3 sheets to the wind, man. He was cooked.
Did he pull the trigger?
He definitely needed to. He needed to let the devil out.
Doug, that's the index finger on the uvula.
So that night, Post Malone had kind of talked about being a little sick, not feeling great, and so we're just watching him perform, again being tapped on in the ribs, and all of a sudden he's writhing on the ground in pain. I thought he was having a seizure. I really did, because he was talking about being ill. He's had his issues with substance before. I didn't know what was going on. No one knew what was going on.
What about your guy behind you?
He was the furthest from knowing what was going on.
I bet he jabbed you and said, look at that when he fell through the stage.
I could have asked him his name. I'm not positive he could have told me. But either way, no one knew what was happening. And after 2 minutes of him on the ground writhing, everyone was really concerned. He leaves the stage. They're like, Post Malone had an issue. We're checking on him. And they came out.
Upper body, lower body?
Yeah, he's wearing a Blues jersey. And they came back out and finished the set, but he cracked 3 ribs because they forgot to replace a hole in the stage where they sent a bar stool kind of up for him to sit down and sing. And I guess they never filled in that hole. And so he just fell right through it, right onto his ribs. And so, yeah, that was tough. But good on him for finishing that show. Because, 3 cracked ribs, I would be in the hospital. He finished the show. Play Congratulations.
Thank you, Doug. That's what I was looking for. Good. So we are giving away tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Jackson, do you have the category for the trivia question? And the way that this works, whoever the first person is to text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox with the correct answer receives the tickets. And this is 2 tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll at Busch Stadium. Concert just announced on May 13th, and tickets go on sale next week. Where can you get them, Jackson?
You can find all the details and a bonus chance to register to win tickets to the show right now on 101 ESPN or on your 101 mobile app.
Which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. All right, so there we go. All right.
So the trivia question I have...
Here's your category. It's like Final Jeopardy.
You're going to give it now?
No, he's not going to give the question. He's going to give the category.
All right.
Doug won't like this. It's general knowledge.
Oh, God. That could be anything in the world.
No. No, it's general knowledge.
Cousin John has to be rethinking things, doesn't he?
Do you want me to do a post? I can look up Post Malone trivia. I don't know if that's going to be a really rich text.
Or Jelly Roll. Is he the bigger star?
I like general knowledge.
All right,
I like general knowledge. It just seems like you still don't have the question, and therefore, when asked, you couldn't go wrong by not saying, "Well, I don't have the question yet." You defaulted to general knowledge. That's my read. I think he's holding king queen suited, and I think my ace high is good. I'm all in.
But this would be a good question. What is Jelly Roll's real name?
Well, now it's not.
Now people will look at
that question.
Sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not.
Would that be considered general knowledge?
I'm not disagreeing that would be the better way to do it.
Yeah.
But I have a bank, and again, I just don't think that it's not very rich text on these folk. Like they don't have like trivia that people are going to know.
Okay.
I don't know.
You like a wide delta here.
I just think I have fun questions in general knowledge here. I have several, so I'm looking forward.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care.
Okay.
Jackson, the question should be about the association just to rile up the Hoosiers. That's from Tervis Parish. Wants you to ask an NBA question.
I feel like I do enough of that without, inorganic ways of doing it. Like I kind of just naturally piss people off doing that. So maybe take a little break from it. I don't know. I already said I'm going to be watching the Cavs.
It's going to be general knowledge. So you're going to get that coming up as we give away these tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Find out more about the concert just announced at 101ESPN.com, including your ways to win tickets. Martin, you have a thing here in the 10 o'clock hour?
Yeah, this is still 9:04, but it's 10:06. I'm very confused. General knowledge coming your way soon.
That's right.
I'm gonna go put together just a bank of trivia questions to have handy for. I'll go work on that.
I got
for future
50.
use.
You have 50 trivia questions at your disposal?
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't mind taking a few of those tomorrow. Can we do a segment on
Wow.
those?
I can give you one right now if you want.
Give me one.
All right.
Sure.
This is like Jeopardy.
Do you want TV shows, movies,
general knowledge,
high school mascots, or general knowledge?
John just
high school mascots.
Yeah.
Let's go high school mascots.
All right. Rockwood Summit.
I almost
Falcons. Bingo. Tim gets the cigar.
I almost wore a Summit hat today.
You want one from the General Knowledge Bank real quick? What's the smallest planet in our solar system?
Pluto.
No, but it's not recognized, so it's Mercury.
Mercury is correct. Tim gets another cigar.
It was a planet when we were growing up, and then it got designated as like a
Who gets to decide
exoplanet or
that?
something like that.
Oh, the left.
I think Darnell Coles.
The left went after him.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Canceled them. They canceled a planet.
Yeah.
RFK is going to bring back Pluto.
I'd like him to.
Yeah.
So I'm 2 for 2. I mean, can I go 3 for 3?
Sure. What's the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet?
Gamma.
Delta.
Delta's correct.
Alpha, beta, gamma, delta.
Yeah, and I had to do that while guys were drunkenly screaming at me while I was burning a match.
It's a frat question, Slumdog Millionaire thing. He sends you right back to that moment.
Zai chapter, Martin. It was a little harsh down there in Columbia in the 90s.
Great trivia question. Is Sigma Chi at Mizzou on campus or off campus?
They're on. I believe they're on.
I think
Suspended or not suspended?
I think we're back.
The old Marquette chapter's now going through that. My friend's like, they're off campus. I'm like, what? And they're like, they got in trouble. I'm like, oh, dear God.
No.
It's kind of a thing.
Yeah, we're every couple of years going. But when I drove by the frat house, when I went to the Missouri-Auburn and Missouri-Vanderbilt game, and I don't know who's in there, Delta Chi.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that ain't right. All right, Martin, you got a thing. God bless America. Jackson's got trivia questions. We're giving away 2 tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll coming up, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Closing out the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour coming your way on TMA, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Let's talk about my friends at Schnucks. Last week we had the great tease. We're getting better at teasing because we told you about the unbeatable meal deal for Thanksgiving. It's going live tomorrow, November 20th through the 27th. So Wednesday to Wednesday leading up to Thanksgiving. With these great deals at Schnucks, you'll be able to serve 10 people for just $3.93 each. Under $4 per person. How do you beat that? You can't. It's the unbeatable meal deal. The title says it all. First, the centerpiece, of course, Thanksgiving dinner is the turkey, 58 cents per pound. Schnucks' lowest price in 14 years, going back to 2010. Limited one Schnucks whole frozen turkey with a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey, which means you need the sides, that meal that we're talking about here. You piece it together. Stovetop stuffing, sweet potato, Schnucks cranberry sauce, celery, green bean casserole, Campbell's cream of mushroom, chicken condensed soup. All of these are on low price specials. The cranberry sauce, 2 for $3. Bottom line, do the math, add it all up, and it comes out to less than $4 per person. That's why it is the unbeatable meal deal. Get all of these great Thanksgiving items at Schnucks starting on Wednesday, November 20th for 1 week. All these delicious Thanksgiving favorites will serve those 10 people for less than $4 per person. Make sure to check out the Schnucks Rewards app or the weekly ad for more information on the unbeatable meal deal at Schnucks. Schnucks makes your holidays.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz sliding into Martin Kilcoyne's spot here in the Munganess. St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. And we have trivia giving away tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, which has just been announced, Doug. It is the big-ass stadium tour, and it comes to St. Louis on May 13th. This program is going to be giving away 2 tickets in a matter of moments, with Jackson asking what he calls a general knowledge question.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it in the next segment. I think that'll give people time to collect themselves.
To tell their friends.
Yes, get the word around.
And the first person who calls in quickly and
text in. Air Comfort Service text line. So save the number, 314-399-9646. We would do this on Balloon Party, and it would shut the text inbox down for the day because so many texts would come firing through. But you got to be the first one with the correct answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How good do you feel about your question?
It's a good one. It's hard. It's not going to be something you likely know right off the top of your head, but I think if you do a little deductive reasoning, you'll be able to figure it out quickly.
Mm-hmm. Easily Googleable? Is that a word, Googleable?
Yeah, but if you're Googling, you're already going to lose. Because someone's going to know it way quicker.
Okay.
Like if you know something, bang. But this is a show. I think I don't want to speak for the rest of the day, but I'd love to see this Jelly Roll and Post Malone. Post Malone has a lot of hits, man. When I went to go see him a couple of years ago,
who opened for him?
Roddy Ricch.
Doug.
I don't believe I'm familiar with his work.
The Box. You ever heard the song The Box?
Maybe I have. I don't know the title.
I play the instrumental on the way back in.
One of the most streamed songs ever on Spotify.
Yeah, that came out like right before the pandemic. So when people were just in their house doing nothing, listening to some music, Roddy Ricch would have, if you were young, would have likely been flowing through your headphones.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood, Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, says they should have Morgan Wallen back. He's the only one who brings ass downtown. Come on, triple sticks! Oh. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. He's not happy because he does. I think Post Malone will bring some lasses. Don't you think so?
I was definitely a younger crowd when I went. I have to say, that Post Malone show is... like, for one singular event, was the most times anyone's come up to me and like, hey, love the show, love TMA, like, love Balloon Party. Like, that was the most.
Would you get more love TMA or love Balloon Party at that event?
Often wouldn't specify and just say love the show.
What's it like to be a celebrity?
It is intense.
It is?
It is a lot.
It's a lot for someone to say, hey, I listened to the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're having trouble dealing with that? The fame?
It's tough to, like,
talk about. The answer I was expecting.
It's tough to talk about it because everyone's like, oh, wow, like, it sucks to be you, I guess. But, like, no, I mean, it's intense.
Doug,
so you feel like you don't...
television for 40 years and radio for 20.
You feel like you don't have any privacy or something?
That show, that was, definitely that show because I kept getting nudged in the side.
Oh, gosh.
But very fun show. Post Malone puts on a hell of a show.
All right, so you're going to be there May 13th.
I hope so, yeah, that'd be great.
God bless America.
Well, you're not eligible to win this prize.
No, the person asking the question would not.
It'd be bad if you were coming up with the question and were the first one to text in with the answer.
That would be bad form.
Right.
Especially since we're on tape delay, and that would then,
Yeah, but if Sweet Kai wins this thing, we'll have a full-scale investigation. Trust me on that.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, what is your first question on Tuesdays with Jackson, which apparently has nothing to do with Tuesdays with Maury and Mitch Albom, who is a singer?
What was the coolest venue that you've ever covered a game or seen a game at?
Wow.
Coolest venue ever seen a game at.
Now I'm intrigued to hear your answer here, Doug, because I bet you've...
I guess it would be Wembley Stadium in London.
That's a great answer.
That's a really good answer.
So you were covering
there? Cover the Dolphins there once in
old
the preseason.
Wembley or the newer ones? Like the
old one was in the 80s.
So the one they did Live Aid at?
Yeah, I guess it was in
Mark
the 80s.
Duper play?
I don't remember how anyone played. I remember I was able to write off the trip, went there on vacation.
Oh, God bless.
Covered the Dolphins happened to be there playing the Broncos, I think.
Nice.
So I went and covered the game and sent back a report. And then I went to London and was able to write off the flights and the hotel for a night or two. And yeah,
pretty square deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think being at Fenway Park for the World Series in 2004, that's pretty damn good. The World Series itself sucked, but a World Series and the intensity, it started on a Saturday night. Doug, you were sitting right next to me. Started on a Saturday night. They're coming off of the comeback against the Yankees. It was so intense. The Cardinals were a great team. The World Series, that World Series itself was probably up there as far as anticipation goes with the one that we just had with the Dodgers and Yankees, actually, and Cubs and Indians in 2016. It just didn't come close to living up to it. But that would be it. It's kind of a boring answer. I don't know. Have you been like Cameron Indoor? Or?
I didn't see a sporting event there, but I was at the Coliseum in Rome.
There was no event that day.
There was no event.
Gladiator 2 comes out on Thursday.
I said, what year was this thing built? And the tour guide said, 72. I said, you mean like 1572? No, 72.
Yeah. Dolphins go undefeated and Coliseum is built.
Yeah.
I mean, the best ballpark I've been to, I think it's now called Oracle. It was AT&T.
San
Francisco.
Yeah. Naturally, baseball stadiums, I think, are going to be cooler because they're the most unique stadium to stadium. Like every hockey and basketball arena kind of look the same. Professionally, obviously, Cameron Indoor is an exception, or Assembly Hall. But by and large, they all kind of look the same, whereas baseball stadiums are totally unique. Fenway Park looks totally different than Oracle Park.
And the fact that Missouri and Kansas, when they were playing to be number one in the country, was at Arrowhead, made it all the better. You know, whatever with St. Louis and the Chiefs and that dynamic, doesn't change the fact that Arrowhead Stadium is one of the best places for watching a football game.
Yeah.
And I think that added to it.
Was that the best atmosphere you think you've ever bore witness to?
Yes, I think so. And I knew it going in, and it lived up to or exceeded it. Yeah, I would say so. And that's including going to a Super Bowl. Super Bowls, weirdly, are
sterile.
Yeah. The atmosphere at the Rams-Buccaneers game, I think, was better than the Rams-Patriots game that I went to. But that sounds counterintuitive. But you have a lot of people who are there, and that's pre-Instagram, where you're trying to, use your hand on yourself to show how big of a deal you are by being at the Super Bowl.
Doug?
Super Bowl is kind of corporate.
Yeah.
These are some of the wealthiest people in the country come from all over to go to the Super Bowl, not necessarily fans of the teams.
Right. That's what stood out to me being at that thing in New Orleans. I'm like, it's the Super Bowl, but it's like the people in the lower bowl don't give a damn about what's going on.
Yeah.
It's about being there. And hey, good for them. God bless America. But the atmosphere at the Dome for the Rams and Eagles and Rams and Buccaneers was much more intense.
I'm a big fan of Bob Does Sports, and Bobby Fairways himself has brought this up, so I want to credit him before I say it. You know how on draft day there's always they pan around to the people cheering for their picks and they're in their team's jerseys. Who are those people, and why would they spend that kind of money to go watch their team have the 18th pick in the draft? They have teams from every.
So what are you saying? These are actors?
I don't get who would do that. Who would spend an inordinate amount of money?
Back in the day when the thing was at Radio City Music Hall, they would have Jets and Giants fans there quite a bit because it was right there in Manhattan.
Sure. But now it's every team has some fans there.
And you think that these are paid actors?
I'm not alleging. I just don't know who would go. You just spend a lot of money. It was in Detroit last year? People are really going out to Detroit in the middle of the summer to go watch their team pick some outside linebacker from Nebraska?
Detroit might be a metropolitan area large enough that almost every team has a small fan base.
Boy, I don't know. When it was in Vegas, I get it. That makes sense. But Houston or Detroit, when they have this draft somewhere, I just don't get who would go.
If you're a couple of drinking buddies and you're looking for a weekend fun thing to do, going to the draft, you might do that.
Boy, I'd have a long list of things I'd like to do before go watch my team pick 10.
And you love those Rammies, too.
I loved them with all my heart. Loved them with all my. I would never go.
You would not have gone to Detroit to watch them select.
Never. If I'm going to spend
Jason Smith, second overall.
If you're a fan and you're budgeting out your money to go see your team or watch games, wouldn't you spend almost all of it on going to actual games and not the draft?
Maybe they can do both.
Yeah, maybe they're liquid AF, bro. Speaking of being liquid AF, somebody's going to win some tickets, Doug, and they're going to be liquid AF because they could spin those things off to see Post Malone and Jelly Roll. General knowledge trivia. Jackson, on the other side of the commercial break, the first person to text in the correct answer on the Air Comfort Service text line gets these tickets to the just announced Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert May 13th at Busch Stadium. To learn more, go to 101ESPN.com. So be ready to text in the correct answer. First one to text in the correct answer gets the tickets. That's coming up next on TMA here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that is why he is offering carpet installers this compensation. $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. If you are a carpet installer and you'd like to work at Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that is why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is just an awesome compensation package in this industry. If you are interested in working for Michael at Michael's Flooring and getting $7 a square yard, make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, you like this?
That's okay. It's a little low energy. Pick it up a little. Pick it up.
This was Sad Boy post era.
Sad Boy?
Mm-hmm.
What's he sad about?
Sad? You're really into this, aren't you?
What
was he sad about? Question
I'm sorry, I was listening to the tunes.
With your head down.
What was the question?
What's he sad about?
Snort another Adderall rail, bro.
He was just sad. That was a
great answer, Doug. He's sad.
Yes, that's the whole generation. We're all upset by something.
2016, 2018, sad boy. Yeah, I know. Keep diminishing people's problems. It's cool. It's very accepting.
Oh, you and Doug are going to slap fight in the street.
We're all triggered and sad.
It's DMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. For those of you just joining the program, here is the situation. At 9 o'clock on 105.7 The Point, they announced that Post Malone and Jelly Roll are coming to St. Louis with their big-ass stadium tour on May 13th. That's the name of the tour. And you can learn more about it when tickets go on sale and how to get them at 101ESPN.com. This program right now is going to be giving away tickets to the concert. 2 tickets for whoever texts in to the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, first with the correct answer to Jackson's general knowledge trivia question. So have your hands ready to go to text in the correct answer. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, nay, honor, to present to you from Ladue Horton Watkins, class of 2016, Jackson Burkett.
Chairman Kurt, do you have the text line open in front of you?
I do.
Thank you. You're going to be, and I handed you the answer right there so you can take a look. How many dots appear on a pair of dice? How many dots appear on a pair of dice?
You're looking for total dot count on both dice.
Pair of dice. Yes, sir.
Okay. I got to tell you, I kind of like this question.
Yeah, it makes you work a little bit. You probably don't know.
Somebody just texted in Ricky Balding.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Guessing random NBA players wasn't a bad idea.
I think I know the answer.
Yeah.
But so are you watching this? Oh,
Doug is correct.
Doug's got it.
Doug probably just showed it to the camera.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
I put it past the camera.
Okay.
Nothing yet.
I still haven't seen it.
Nothing yet.
I do like the Ricky Paulding. And watch what happens, Chairman Kurt.
Got
the
it.
text inbox.
We got it.
Mrs. Janny Shanahan?
Yep.
Mrs. Janny Shanahan is one.
It's still the only correct answer so
It's
far.
pretty easy, isn't it?
The
Just add
correct
them up.
answer,
42.
Doug, I'm kind of pleased with us that we got that right in our heads.
Just add them up, right?
I know, but the first off, you got to get the first part of the math right, and then you got to remember to double it, and then you got to get the thing in quick enough.
Yeah, a lot of 21s came in.
A lot of 21s.
Oh,
right. That's why I
a
said
bunch of just
pair.
random numbers.
I wish we could give the Ricky Paulding guy something.
Well, we don't rule anything out yet. But yeah, pair of dice.
21 times 2, 42.
Right. A singular die would be 21. That's correct. But I said a pair of dice.
You sure did.
We will be getting numbers
Yeah.
for the next half hour, possibly into BK and Ferrari.
Text line's kind of useless.
Once this happens. Tervis Parrish says Karis Levert. It's nice.
It says his name, his namesake.
Nom de plume.
Yeah, his namesake, Karis Levert.
Tip of the cap to Mrs. Janny Shanahan, number one, to get the answer in that quick, but I still have only seen like 2 other people out of God only knows how many texts at this point that have gotten the answer correct.
Who is Karis Levert?
Karis Levert, 3. He plays the 3 for the Cleveland Cavaliers, the undefeated Cleveland Cavaliers.
Taking on the Celtics tonight, Doug, and Jackson will be watching that instead of your St. Louis Blues and Jordan
about the
Binnington.
Blues.
If you
Trying to make history.
If you got offered seats on the glass tonight, all inclusive, you won't have to spend a dime. Parking, everything is on the house.
Nicely done, Chairman. You are putting a man to the test.
He does this.
I'm going to shove it all in. He thinks I'm bluffing, but I'm going to put the man to the test, and that's what you just did. You put the man to the test.
Are you going to go watch from the first row, or are you going to sit on your couch and watch Cavs Celtics?
He does this thing where he messes up my Zen. He's always messing up my Zen, and now he's doing it again. You've put me in a really tough spot.
Answer honestly.
On the glass?
On the glass.
All inclusive, I'm not paying a nickel?
Nope.
I'd rather go see that. I've never seen a game on the glass. I mean, I actually really do want to see a game on the glass.
The food's great down
But you drop me back a row, and I'm cheering for Tatum and, Spida, hunt that screen. That's what I'll be saying.
Would you be looking at the score on your phone, or you're not going to TiVo the game and go watch later?
I could. Would it be bad form to put my phone with the game on the glass itself?
Probably would be.
There would be a gentleman behind you who'd come up and jam you into the boards.
What if I was like, I got a lot of money on it? Like, would he understand then? I was like, I hate the NBA. I just have a lot of money on it. Wink, wink. That wouldn't work.
I'd love to see you try it. I actually would.
I asked them at OBs to change it from a hockey game to a basketball game.
How did that play?
Well, they did it, begrudgingly. I went to the person who looked like they cared the least of the staff.
Did they turn all the TVs to basketball?
No, I just wanted one. I just wanted one singular television.
Because it's a hockey bar.
Yeah, but it's a sports bar, too.
Gosh, I don't even know what to think of it anymore.
Doug, I'll be watching it. I'll be there tonight with my wife and my boys.
Yeah, it'll be
What
fun.
do you think about taking a 2-year-old to a game? I've taken him to one game.
Oh, he'll have a great time.
But it was like a day game. I think on President's Day, maybe.
There's only 2 periods.
I think he got a chance first game. He got to see Austin Matthews.
I was going to say, is tonight one of the 2-period games?
100%.
My period and a half, maybe.
100%.
What is it, the older child? He's okay with that now, leaving after 2 periods?
He's going to have to be okay with it.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, who's ruling the roost over there?
Yeah, we'll find out. That's what the deal will be. Munganess, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess, wonderful people who love making sure that TMA listeners know that they are accessible with any questions or requests they may have. So much so that they have set up a number for them to reach out to via phone call or text. It's the same number. You can call or text at 314-252-0029. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Go shopping for a new car or pre-owned car, and you don't even have to go to the dealership right now. You can just go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and see the selection they have. And even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, get your car serviced at Munganess with Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's Munganess, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour. Send your emails in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45. Jackson with his series of questions titled Tuesdays with Piddles. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues are back in action this evening, taking on the Minnesota Wild right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame starts at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Happier post.
Like this one, Doug?
This is a little better, yeah.
Congratulations to Mrs. Gianni Shanahan for winning the Post Malone tickets.
Is that a real girl?
I would imagine. Have we ever had anybody represent themselves as female?
Yeah,
and be a guy before?
A couple hundred. Who?
Yeah, name a couple of.
And you were right about the break in the text box thing. I still see texts rolling in that still say 1029 on them.
I mean, Sweet Kai literally just came in. I see Chairman Stephen Wildwood just showed up. And, I mean, there must be... I'm still scrolling. Yeah, that's what happens on the text inbox. All right, Jackson Burkett has his Tuesdays with Piddles. Then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. Blues and Wild tonight. Pregame 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. The Fast Lane will lead you into that before Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale have the call. And I'll be there. Doug will be watching on his television. Jackson will be watching the Celtics and the Cavaliers.
Yes.
Chairman Kurt, what are you going to be watching?
I was looking at tickets. I might go down there tonight.
How about that?
Really?
And you're going to follow my family around?
Yeah, I've got
like it's the Real Housewives?
I've got a 3-camera shoot planned out.
Oh, wow. So you have like minions, like in the film The Girl Next Door, which Jackson refuses to watch because he thinks it's bad.
Yeah,
Refuse to finish.
Don't look at the cameras. Just kind of act natural. Yeah. Should be great.
I see they're advertising tickets as low as $7.
Is that right?
Blues? On Vivid Seats? You trust Vivid Seats?
Yeah.
What if I get us a couple of ducats on the glass tonight?
Those
then he
are
put the man to the
$7.
test again. He really put the man to the test.
Those are not $7.
So Chairman Kurt got you tickets on the glass. He doesn't want to go. That's the thing. That's why I just picked up the read. This guy doesn't want to go and sit on the glass. And there are thousands of Blues fans listening to this right now who would do anything to not only be sitting on the glass, but to have a chance to work with me. And you could have both in the same day.
Well, first of all, I love Chairman Kurt. I don't think he's going to pony up what I think one would need to pony up for glass seats just for this experiment.
I think he might, just to put you to the test.
And if anybody out there is listening and you've got some glass seats that aren't going to be put to use tonight,
please keep them. Give them to family. We're approaching the holidays.
Let's get our boy on the glass.
His bluff. I respect a man calling down a man. There you go.
Why are you doing? Come on, messing with my zen.
What else do I do?
I give a problem with that messing with my zen.
Yeah, we don't need to hear that again.
No, I just... Yeah, don't do that. All right. Do you think there are really cursed teams out there? Do the Cubs and Red Sox winning it all sort of fly in the face of that? What is the difference between a cursed team and one that just doesn't try?
Well, I think you answered the question with that question. Doug, do you believe in curses?
No, there's no such thing as a curse. No such thing. It's made up.
Did you really write that one up, or were you just like, I got to get something?
Well...
because speaking, this could be the second time we pick off a bluff in this segment.
I just feel...
You really think they're curses?
Well, I don't know how else you explain what's going on with the Chicago Bears. They try and try and try, and no matter what. Like, I don't know about you guys.
Are the Bears considered a cursed franchise?
They're certainly a torture.
Doormat.
Yeah, but they haven't winning since '85.
I think people are just down on the owners there. I haven't heard anything like with the GOAT or any of the other curses. I just think it's a poorly run team.
Curses, I mean, the Swaks before and the Cubs before. Who else was considered or is considered a cursed franchise?
Buffalo lost some Super Bowls in a row there.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a curse associated with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't think of any.
It's like for Missouri fans, the north end zone historically is, that's where the fifth down, the Rocks, the north end of the fifth down, and the Shevin Wiggins, Matt Davis, and Nebraska flea kicker. But this year, the north end zone was the site of a couple of wonderful conclusions with Vanderbilt missing the field goal and the scoop and score against Oklahoma. Yeah, I don't believe in...
I like folklore, I guess. I'm whimsical. Yeah. But like watching the Bears against the Packers, I didn't know how it was going to happen, but I knew somehow the Bears were not making that field goal. I knew, I felt it so strongly. If they would have put a betting option out there, I would have bet it every dollar I had that they would not have won that game because I think that they're cursed. I think the Jets might also be cursed.
Martin just texted in, did Kurt just invent begging for tickets guy?
We invented that down the hallway.
Yeah.
But we're just bringing it here.
We perfected that a few times.
I am the furthest thing from begging. I'm begging you to go to the game with your family,
so
the
you
people
can
you
watch
love.
the Celtics and Cavaliers.
Well, just so that people can be around their families. We're getting around the time of the holiday season. I want people to get into that mood early and take their friends and family, certainly not me, down to the Blues game.
I think the Bears are just a victim of a couple of generations of ineffective management. Where they play probably doesn't help them much.
I was wondering about that part about it.
Yeah, I don't think if I'm a quarterback, I'm not sure I want to play in the Chicago winter.
Like, I don't think it's a coincidence, for example. I was thinking as I was watching the Steelers and Ravens on Sunday afternoon, that the famed style of the AFC North, and in particular those two franchises, I mean, the Browns had it, I think, in the 80s, but they've just been such a doormat for damn near every year since they reappeared in the league with the expansion franchise, that the weather, the climate of those areas contributes to not having, like, say, a greatest show on turf kind of offense. In other words, would the Rams have done that if this were, St. Louis weather and they were outdoors? So you then get that smash mouth kind of football with signature defenses. So I think that's kind of a byproduct of it. And the Bears, have just not been able to do a damn thing offensively for the most part since that 85 team, which really wasn't even about their offense anyway.
If you're a free agent, there's probably a lot of teams you'd rather play for before you get to the Chicago Bears.
Right. So then looking forward to the future, if you're building a new stadium and you are in one of these cold weather AFC, NFC North style cities, you're probably likely to build a stadium with a retractable roof, if not a dome stadium completely.
Yeah, why not?
You're talking about AFC North franchises?
AFC or NFC North. I mean, the Lions obviously already have a dome, and
Green
the
Bay
Vikings
won't
have
ever
a
do it.
ceiling.
No.
Right, but if you're like one of these more legacy charter
when
franchises,
they're talking about the building in Chicago, what are they talking about building?
I think retractable
Is it
roof.
retractable
I
roof?
think retractable
that
roof.
actually could help them, as
100%,
crazy as it sounds.
100%.
So yeah, I think it's more climate than curse.
But I like curses.
Yeah,
because you're a folklore lover.
Love folklore, but where are you guys at on ghosts then? I mean, if we can believe in ghosts, we can believe in curses.
Boy, it blows up my whole worldview.
If there was actually ghosts, that would really mess things up. Aliens we can kind of accept.
Yeah, I think most people are accepting, just from a logic standpoint, that there has to be life elsewhere.
Ghosts is a different world.
But ghosts is going to blow them. That's where I am.
So if ghosts can exist, then so can curses. That's my take.
So that one of these ghosts has cursed a franchise.
Maybe a collection of ghosts. Collection of ghosts. Someone did something because the Bears
like a
can't
ghost
figure it out.
blocked a kick, or
no, just kind of put a hex. Maybe
that of course was
that's ridiculous.
Stupid.
Okay.
The rest of this discussion, however, has been NPR caliber.
Listen, the front and back end not great, but the middle, the meat was good.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way on the other side of the break. Buck Swamp with a 1-goal lead on JV Golf Coach. You can always compete by sending your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Anything and everything for the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Welcome at TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Questions, comments, erotic stories, anything and everything is welcome for QFTA. Do you want to support the EDF Group, a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Doug, here it is, the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day showdown between the JV golf coach and Buck Swope as we head down the stretch. 7 more Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competitions for the month of November. 3-show week next week as 101 ESPN is off for Thanksgiving, and the day after Thanksgiving, Missouri and Arkansas is a 3 or 2:30 start.
That's going to be 3 straight 2:30 to 3:15 kicks. Don't hate them. SEC Network, not ideal, but to friends of the show, Tom Hart gets called the game.
If the game mattered, I would want it to be a night game.
Yeah.
But that could be an intriguing attendance situation.
Do you prefer the Saturday game against Arkansas or the years previous where it was a Black Friday game?
Yeah, I think I probably prefer Saturday, actually.
Yeah, it's more natural to, it feels a little weird watching a Friday football game, even though I am a big proponent of Friday night football games being better, college games. Like, put big games on there. Like, wouldn't you rather Ohio State, Indiana play Friday night than Saturday at noon or 11?
Yeah, but as we've discovered, it's the boosters at Ohio State that don't want want them to play. It was both Ohio State and Michigan. That's why they don't play their games at night, which is after the daylight savings time comes to an end. Design Air is a sponsor of the email today, online at designairservice.com. Doug, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh, no.
But here you go. I hate to do this to you, but I've got some cold temperatures in the forecast. Now, considering that it is November 19th, we've run pretty good on all of this. But here it is. This is starting this week. The wind is up tomorrow. I mean, big-time winds out of the north, high of 51.
No.
Winds out of the north on Thursday, big-time winds, high of 48. And then nothing but lows in the 30s through next Monday.
And a possible freeze overnight on Sunday.
Yeah,
we ran good.
We did run good. I can't complain.
Yeah,
we've run really good. And there's a temperature forecast next week of 62 high on Tuesday. So maybe we bounce back. But the point is, now you're going to be using your heating system if you run into problems or you just want to make sure that it's all ready to go for the winter in St. Louis. Work with Seth Goldcamp. I just connected him with a listener earlier this morning, as a matter of fact. Sent me an email, and I said, more than happy to connect you with Seth Goldcamp. I've been working with him for years. So has Doug. So has Martin. And we recommend you work with them as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designair.com. That's designair.com to work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. And now, the Design Air Heating and Cooling of the day.
Okay.
I was reading the email, and I guess I threw you off with a breaking ball?
It was a little different than the usual pretense, but listen, I should be better.
No.
You like that?
Yeah, well, I didn't mind it.
And now, Deep Thoughts by Chairman Kurt. I've always had a great disdain for children, so I decided to become a teacher. The thought of a fat person on a plane is so vile to me that I prefer the Madden bus around the country way of travel. One day I plan to go for the trifecta and run over a dog on my way to work. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
I'll be darned.
Swing and a miss.
My cousin Vinny.
The Dewey Decimal System is organized by numbers, and Tim's show today should be put in section 909, World History, as the best show ever known to man. But this email is about the first time I saw man-on-man mouth play.
Oh.
Uncle Skip's drinking buddy Tony had gotten another DUI, so he desperately needed a ride to South Twin Drive-In.
What?
So he called his cousin Corky. Before we jumped in his Ford Tempo, Tony said, just don't make eye contact with Oliver. The dude's a loose cannon. The night went pretty normal until the second movie came on, Red Dawn. Whenever scenes with Powers Booth would come on, Uncle Skip's drinking buddy Tony's cousin Oliver would start touching himself. We all ignored him, heeding Tony's advice. All of us except my buddy Frankie. Frankie was so turned on, he just dove head first into Corky's pant area.
No.
Frankie thought he was a singer because he started rocking a mic.
Oh.
That's from Saul. Then he has a middle name of Ed. And then his last name is Hogg.
Saul Ed Hogue. He's new.
Have you ever heard the crowd cheer at a concert when they recognize their favorite song based on the first few strums of the guitar? Just a brief round of applause when the audience realizes the band is playing one of their big hits. Let's bring that idea to TMA. Maybe Jackson could play a drop of an applauding crowd to acknowledge each time you guys play the hits. Bring back the Block M. Georgia doesn't change uniforms every week. Blah, blah, blah. You guys had the exact same uniform debate too many times to count. Just like a favorite song, the audience can practically sing along with the words at this point. So familiar. Meanwhile, the only thing the president of the Xavier Pinson fan club...
Nice. Good poll. Good poll.
...can bring to the conversation is, well, first we have to define what different means.
X gonna give it to you.
That's the rub. You don't realize that a radio show is supposed to talk about new stuff every day because your lead producer literally doesn't even know the meaning of the word different. Different is when things are not the same. For example, TMA is different because of an old guy who wanders in and out of the studio like a homeless drifter. You got a different old guy who simply vanishes into thin air every day at 10 o'clock like David Copperfield. Another key difference between TMA and the rest of the world is that you're the only show in America that features radio personalities who openly admit to hating dogs and children.
I don't hate dogs.
In other ways, TMA hasn't changed at all. It was bad, it is bad, and it will always be bad, but that's why we love it. Doug, that's the JV golf coach.
Okay.
Strong.
JV golf coach.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Christian Pulisic and the U.S. men's national team defeated Jamaica 4-2 on the play of field. Oh, I like that. On the play of field at City Park. You like that? On the play of field?
Is that what I said earlier?
On the play of field.
Oh, I didn't realize I made that faux pas.
At City Park, but you won't find it on Libby Jack's dossier because he hates soccer. Tim's taking his 2-year-old to see Jordan Binnington attempt to tie Mike Liut for career wins as the Blues host the Wild.
That one doesn't exist. He was talking on Twitter.
No clips of Danny Canal.
Well, not on the pertinent topic. What are we doing?
You're being held accountable is what's going on.
Boy,
just Libby Jack reading his weak sauce straw man tweet. Yikes. Today we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel for content. Oh, good. Now we got to hear some 6-year inside the NBA audio. 6-year-old inside the NBA audio that's basically his laughter and indecipherable crosstalk, followed by a former NHL goalie detailing his bowel movements. Mitch Albom should write a song about this terrible show. Oh, Albom's not a singer. He's a writer who famously got busted for misrepresenting that he was at the 2005 Final Four at the Dome. Well, then he should write a long-form think piece about Libby Jack's struggles to cope with his own celebrity and offers of free hockey tickets. Of course, Albom should misrepresent that he came to St. Louis to interview Libby Jack by tweeting out some photos of our dilapidated downtown and then title it, Does Anyone Really Know Anybody? That's from Buck Swope, Doug, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, what you got?
Again, it comes down to JV golf coach and Buck Swope for me. Today I'm going to vote for JV golf coach.
I don't hate kids, and Jackson doesn't hate dogs, but I think it is JV golf coach, too.
Oh, be darned.
There it is. The JV golf coaches is tied Buck Swope. I mean, this is just unbelievable. They go back and forth and back and forth. I was going with Saul and then Ed Hogg, but I guess that isn't going to win today. Congratulations to JV golf coach. You've won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan, this has been TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.